ready. Norm. Norm.
Are you good?
So I got invited to go to a.
We should go. Just have to be.
And they're gonna get ready to go. We can't go in there.
Good evening. I recognize there's some people that are still signing in, but we'll go ahead and get started while you sign in. And I'd like to start, before we open in prayer, I want to start by saying that we have something new tonight. And this evening is the first evening that our Nampa City Council meeting is being live streamed. And so we're using a live stream platform. I don't know if you saw it in the newspaper. If not, just know that it is being live streamed. Tonight's kind of our test night for that. And it can be watched. There is a hyperlink at thecityofnampa.com right on the front page. And so if obviously you guys are here and you're not going to need it, and anyone that's hearing me say this is already there, but just for the record, it is being live streamed. And so we look forward to seeing the feedback on that. It is not a platform like Facebook. There is no opportunity to comment, and the live streams will be archived. So just along with our audio files. So anyway, so it's a new night. That said, let's go ahead and do roll call, and then we'll open in prayer.
Skog? Here. Everfield?
Here.
Levi?
Present?
Hogaboom? He's absent. Bruner?
Here.
Rodriguez?
Present.
Are we done?
Yep.
That's it. Okay, so this evening we have Doyle Flukes here with the Assembly of God District Office, and welcome. I should have come and said hi.
Okay.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks for letting me come on the first live stream night, too.
Yes.
Thanks for standing with me. Let's pray together. Father, we thank you for your presence. We thank you for this wonderful city we live in at Nampa, Idaho. And we just pray tonight, Lord, that you would bless Nampa through all that is done here tonight. We pray your blessing upon every resident and every individual. And Lord, we pray for this city council tonight, our Mayor Kling and all of our city councilmen. We thank you that you've called them and placed them there. And we thank them, Lord, for all that they do for our city. Bless us tonight with all of your presence and power, and give us wisdom, Lord. Give this council wisdom in making decisions for our city. And bless our city and every resident tonight. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
And would you like to lead us in the pledge?
Sure.
There we go.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. So the first item on our agenda this evening is our consent agenda, and I would welcome a motion to approve our consent agenda.
Mayor Kling, I do have one change that needs to be made, just as a point of order. Under the special council meeting that we had on June 1st, it stated that you had made the motion to the vote that was called for the state of emergency, and obviously the mayor can't make motions. And I do recall making that motion, and it was seconded by Mr. Skog. So if you can make that clarification in the record.
Thank you for catching it.
Otherwise, I would make a motion to adopt the consent agenda as amended.
I'll second that.
Any other discussion? Nope. Roll call?
Skog? Yes. Levi?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
All righty, so this is the point in our agenda where anyone wishing to speak on an agenda item or a non-agenda item is allowed 3 minutes to speak. When we have you come up, you have the opportunity, or please state your name and your address and what item you're speaking on. I think I'm going to start with non-agenda items first. Is there anyone that would like to speak on a non-agenda item? Come on forward. You're okay. Thank you for being here to talk to us.
My name is Joan Fraser, and I thank you for this opportunity. And I wanted to talk about downtown Nampa. And my idea there is that we should have more than downtown Nampa. Downtown Nampa, where we are now, and we have that beautiful train station, should remain a quaint country village with bistros, homemade soups, sandwiches, and you could have a tram like they have at the fairgrounds. That way they're covered by insurance, you don't have to pay anything for that. And people maybe do it every Tuesday, especially good for senior citizens. And you'd pay $2 or $3, park in the parking lot, you know, where you need people to be parking. And then they would take the tram, and that tram would stop at each block, excuse me, so people could enjoy it. And then that would be downtown Nampa. Then you have uptown Nampa. And this I don't know is doable because of what you did the last time that you had this meeting. But if you look at Boise, Eagle, Meridian, Caldwell, to get to town, when you get off of I-84, you're going to do a bit of driving, and Eagle is a real pain. But if you have uptown Nampa, over in that area where Costco is, you get off I-84, you're there. It's wonderful. And there's space where you can make, you know, a nice big retail outlets and stuff and have all the shopping you could ever want. Easy to get to, so it would attract visitors as well as people in our own community to shop in our own area. And in our own community, they would also like the downtown part with the bistros and so forth, and also the people that go hunting. Then when they're done, or they might drop their wives there at the Best Western, and they can spend a couple days, you know, looking around the shops and whatnot while their husband's out hunting. So it's the one and the only opportunity I can think of right now, because you've got the land to do it. And if you don't already have it, you should have a 20-year plan of where you want to be in 20 years. And let's see, I think that about covers the overview of that. So those are my thoughts, and I hope you'll be able to do something. But whoever you let have, you know, the right to that land, tell them you made a mistake.
Thank you for sharing with us. We appreciate that. And I took some notes. And we do have a 2035 master plan, but we're currently stepping into a 10-year planning phase that will have a funding plan for 10 years. So we have both a shorter term and a longer term plan that we're reviewing our 2035 master plan in the coming 9 months and working on the 10-year plan.
And hopefully you've added to that
Yeah.
plan that any new housing construction, they should have a meter on that irrigation water. Not that they would use it now, but eventually you're going to be so populated. And over there where I live, there's some people, they run that sprinkler 24/7, 2 days a week. They use way too much water. I'll
Thank you.
explain that the next time I come.
Mayor Queen.
Thank you.
Mrs. Fraser, what is your address?
Oh, you want to know where I live, huh?
Only because it's part of the process.
Yeah.
2016 5th Street South. In
Thank you very
beautiful Nampa, Idaho.
Yes, thank you.
And
Thank you.
another thing too, now, this is that I'm going because you're gonna have a fit with me. But in that plan too, like Boise is the city of trees, you might want to become the city of flowers and have all the pots of flowers, you know, downtown. And if you change out those trees, put in something like flowering plum. You'll have pink trees. Look at Washington DC and the cherry blossoms. You know, that you'll get people in the spring.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
And if it's not rude, if I can't stay the whole time, would it be okay to leave?
It's okay if you leave even, yes. It's not rude, and yes, you may. I'll try to say it that way. It's not rude, and yes, you may. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on a non-agenda item? Okay, so let's move to agenda items, because I think there's a few people here that may want to. And I do want to clarify that this evening, the CDBG funding piece is not a public forum, and so this would be the opportunity if someone came to speak for 3 minutes. or if there is another agenda item that you're here for, you have the opportunity to speak for 3 minutes. So whoever would like to go first, is there anyone that would like to speak this evening? Okay. And thank you for stating your name and your address.
Mayor and council members, Margie Potter, 1811 North Cobble Way in Nampa, and I'm the Development and PR Director at the Salvation Army here in Nampa. Last year, I'm going to be speaking to the agenda item concerning the decision on the CDBG funding this evening. Last year, we were here facing the same fate, to fund Catch or to fund the Salvation Army. We were so thrilled that the City Council saw in our favor and made the decision to grant the Salvation Army $40,000 for rapid rehousing with CDBG funds. At that time, we at the Salvation Army collectively made a decision that we would prove to the City of Nampa that we were deserving of that money and that we had been entrusted with. And I started attending every City Council meeting, and I've only missed one meeting because I was sick. And some of you have asked me when I'm going to get up and speak. And I said, when I have something to say, and now I have something to say. So a big thank you to the City Council members, Hagabaum, Rodriguez, Councilman Levi, and Haverfield for coming and taking a tour of the shelter and looking at all of our programs. And they also served lunch and spoke to some of the homeless in our community. And I invite you, Councilman Brunner and Councilman Skog and Mayor, to come and take a tour of the facility, please, and see what we're doing together in this community. One of the problems before us seems to be that city staff, Nampa staff interpretation of duplication of services. Nampa city staff believed that CDBG funds could not, sorry, I'm going fast because I only have the 3 minutes. So CDBG funds could not fund two different organizations for the same identical services. See, the city of Boise funds the Salvation Army and Catch for the same identical services. Other cities around the United States fund similar organizations for the same identical services, but not Nampa. So I want to thank Robin Sellers of the Nampa City staff for meeting with myself and Pam Kranick on Friday last week. We brought our concerns to her about this and several other things, and she said that she would look into HUD's interpretation of duplication of services. And to my surprise, she called me back that afternoon and discovered that HUD says you can use CDBG money to fund the same identical services as long as there is a documented need. And we know there's a documented need in Nampa for rapid rehousing. In fact, the coordinated entry is that access point. So you as our mayor and city council have the power to fund both Catch and the Salvation Army for the original amounts that both of us have requested. Catch $20,000 and the Salvation Army for $40,000. And we do rapid rehousing well. We know we can do it well. We've been willing to do anything necessary to be in compliance for HUD and the CDBG funds. Please consider that request. Thanks for considering that.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on an agenda item?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name's Pamela Kranick. My address, 9762 Deer Flat Road, Nampa, and I will be speaking on the agenda item, the CDBG funding decision. So I became a Salvation Army board member in 1998. I was a part of the team when the present shelter was being built. We had 5 agencies, and thanks to the city and the decisions that they made on block grant funding, just like today, $582,000 went into building that shelter and making it happen. It was a community, it was an absolute testament to what it is for a community to come together. It was fabulous. It wouldn't have happened without that. So in 2016, rapid rehousing came about out of a necessity. We had to do something different. And it was either close everything up and walk away or go a different direction. We chose rapid rehousing. How are we doing with that? It's our first year. I don't like percentages because I can make you think anything with a percentage because you don't know where I got my numbers. But I do like hard numbers. I want to say to you, we want you to fund Catch, but we also want you to fund the Salvation Army Rapid Rehousing. Here's the numbers. Why would we want both? Because we get to help that many more families. We put them in homes. Catch, with this present grant, has housed 7 different families. 7 people have a home. Nampa's Salvation Army shelter has housed 20 families. That's 20. Impressive number. We do rapid rehousing. Thanks to our fabulous staff, and you will hear from some of them, our licensed social worker, everybody that's on board, we do it really, really well. So I'm asking you, $40,000, that's what we need. Please fund this program, just like in 2000. This is your shelter, and we depend on you. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on an item? And thank you for sharing your name and address.
Okay, Mayor, City Council members, I'm Veronica Beltran, 1412 4th Street South, Nampa. Okay, good evening. I'm Vera Beltran, and I'm the case manager for the Salvation Army Rapid Rehousing Program. I have a bachelor's degree in social work. I'm licensed through the state of Idaho, and I have 2 years' experience working with families experiencing homelessness. I appreciate the city for taking the time to complete a monitoring on our rapid rehousing program, and for Robin, who took the time to explain what our agency could do to address the findings to remain compliant. One of the findings that was discussed was to properly document program income at entry. Since the start of our program, which started in August 2017, I have made sure to determine income eligibility upon entry for all of my clients. However, I will admit that I was unaware that I had to attach an ILM worksheet to my paperwork. This ILM worksheet is not a document that I've been required to do in the past, which is why it wasn't in the files for the first monitoring. However, I really appreciate Robin for explaining how attaching this worksheet to my documents would be helpful and convenient for auditing and accountability purposes. The second finding was a question about our timesheets, which is easy since all we had to do was just print our timesheets, and then I believe Major sent them to Robin as well. I just want to assure you that I'm always willing to work with the city in making sure that we are keeping up with paperwork and being compliant with CDVG requirements. As a case manager for the Salvation Army, I have seen how successful this program has been and how much it has helped families be reunited, increase their income, and their confidence. The fact that our program is structured to be low barrier has created more opportunity and flexibility for families in a variety of ways so that we not only house them, but we can also provide our families with the skills and resources needed to remain housed after they complete this program. I love my job, and I love the opportunity to witness firsthand the difference it makes for a family to be able to live in their own home as opposed to staying in a shelter. I've witnessed a positive shift in goals, confidence, and priorities. The families I work with are all very hardworking individuals that just needed a little help. We pride ourselves in being an organization that helps others help themselves. And this work would not be possible without grants such as this one. So tonight, I would like to thank you for your time, and I appreciate your willingness to work to help support Nampa families, and we look forward to continue working with the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, would you say your first name again, please?
Verenice.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did it
Oh,
go?
I can spell it, don't worry.
Okay.
I can spell it.
Is there anyone else that would like the opportunity to speak? Go ahead.
That is a tough name, though, Ms. Beltran.
Hi, I'm Amber Young, 1412 4th Street South in the Community Family Shelter, and I've actually been around also since it was built. I actually wore the hard hat and kind of walked through. I was the first director there. And then I've been able to kind of step out of that role as my family changed and I work with the grant writing. So I've stayed with the CDBG application process since 2002. And as I kind of was hearing about everything that was going on and some of the new findings, monitoring visit findings, and being ineligible for funding, there's just kind of a lot of things that I was hearing that was kind of like, ding, is this right? Is this correct? I've never heard this before. So today and part of last week, end of last week, I really just kind of did some research, looked up some stuff, and finding that, yes, and listening to Vera, that yes, there was a couple findings, one that relates to eligibility, but absolutely we are working on it. And also, as I kind of found some stuff, the whole monitoring process, and I've been through, as the director, I've been through several monitorings from several monitoring agencies. Usually it's a process, and it starts from a pre-monitoring visit where you kind of get to know what's going to be expected of you, all the way through any findings, correction of findings, and then kind of a finalization. Since 2002, we have no unresolved findings from any agency. We've had a really stellar record forever with all of our others. The last 2 years have really been the only time in history that we've ever had any kind of unresolved findings or problems. And again, after talking with all the staff, I just want you guys to know the Salvation Army comes with a spirit of cooperation and working with the city to do anything we can to fix it. And I know that they jumped on anything they could fix right away, and we'll keep working with them. So that's it. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on an agenda item or non-agenda item?
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name's Kenton Lee. I live at 216 12th Avenue North. I'm on the advisory board for the Nampa Salvation Army, and I get to be the fundraising chair for the Shelter Fundraising Committee. I am not there every day working like Margie and Vera and so many others, and have not been on the board as long as Pam and seen all the history, but just in the few short years that I have been on the board of the Salvation Army, and I lived in Nampa my whole life, you see people challenged by poverty all the time, winter, summer, fall, spring, and I never quite knew what happened to them. One of the places that they can go is the shelter. Not even if they're just in rapid rehousing in that program to be involved with that, they can go for the day resources that they have, open Monday through Friday to anybody who comes in, showers, laundry, food, all kinds of things. The winter shelter was open this past year to families. The shelter provides a really unique role in the community as one of the only family shelters. I just believe in it wholeheartedly. I don't know all the CDBG rules and regulations and things, but I just know that the hoped for $40,000 for the rapid rehousing and the shelter program will go to great use. We are trying to fundraise any way that we can, nickels and dimes and dollars, anywhere that we can get it. It would be unbelievable and very well received to receive the full $40,000 asked for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay. That was good because it was going, almost
I know,
gone.
you guys are fast with that. Kenny Roten, 4537 East Tuscany Avenue in Nampa. Mayor Kling and Council. I am the chairman of the Salvation Army Advisory Board, which clearly is a pretty good gig. If you've met some of the people, some of the staff, they're working hard. I'd like to thank Robin again for taking time to meet with staff as well as board members and all the help and guidance that they're providing. I am in support of the new business, action item 22, the full request for the Salvation Army. The board of approximately 20 members gives its time, talent, and treasure to serve this community and the people in need. The Salvation Army is not asking the city to solve our problems, but rather be a partner in our efforts. The Salvation Army is kicking off a new fundraising effort, and there are different levels of giving as well as recognition. And the advisory board, its members individually, has committed to be all in at the highest level, $10,000. This board will work hard, dig deep to lead the way. We met today at noon, and by 5 o'clock, we had already raised over half of that goal from our individual board members. We look forward to working with the city, as we will do the most good when we do it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Hello, Nancy Tuttle, 1620 West Blaine Avenue. Mayor and City Council members, I am the on-site program coordinator for the Salvation Army Community Family Shelter. I am reading a letter on behalf of one of our rapid rehousing participants who was housed in the city of Nampa. My name is Sierra Morel. I'm a single mom trying to go to college with 2 boys diagnosed with autism and a little girl, along with 2 dogs and a cat. My family was asked to vacate our apartment by July 7th, 2017, and we became homeless for the first time ever. By homeless, I mean not under my own roof. There was a friend's living room, sometimes our van, the shelter, and a hotel after the shelter had closed. Last year, I became a participant in the Salvation Army Rapid Rehousing Program, and on August 20th, I signed my lease. On July 2nd, 2018, I will graduate the Salvation Army Home at Last Rapid Rehousing Program. Less than 1 year of becoming homeless and only 10 months into the program. The Salvation Army provided my family a place to stay while I looked for housing, helped me write a letter of appeal to get into my current place, paid my deposit, and helped me pay my rent. While I was in the program, I straightened out my finances, secured more income, improved my credit score by paying off debts, past utilities, and old fines. I was able to provide more therapies for my kids and homeschool my oldest because of the financial help the Rapid Rehousing Program provided. The amazing staff at the shelter during our stay and the awesome case managers in this program supported my family and I during one of our most difficult years. I honestly don't know where my kids and I would be right now without this program and the amazing people who support it. I know this program is very much needed to give families a second chance at housing opportunities, which is a much needed lifeline to complete in this current housing struggle. After being in the shelter and a hotel, my family and I realized how bad it is with many people I went to school with right here in Nampa currently living with family or in a hotel or even on the streets simply because of past mistakes. This program gives the few property managers who will actually accept it a reason to give families similar to mine a second chance and great opportunities to fix those mistakes. The Salvation Army The Salvation Army offers this community so much more in one place, far more than I ever realized a year ago. My family has been so blessed by the Salvation Army. I hope to see this program and many other services they offer to continue to help the many families who need them. I encourage the city to fund this program so that others can continue to receive the help it provides. And please consider supporting many of the other programs the Salvation Army provides. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the clock, realizing that it's now 7 o'clock, which is time for our public hearings to begin. I would like to ask the council a question. Needless to say, most of the people here are testifying on behalf of action item number 22 on our agenda. It's not a public forum. Would you like to stay with the order of the agenda, which would mean at this point we would move directly into public hearings? Or would you like to go ahead and address number 22 while people are sitting here? Otherwise, you guys are going to need to wait for at least maybe an hour.
Excuse me, Mayor Kling. Just as you were talking, there was a young lady that stood up and sat back down. She was going to talk. Right?
We have one more.
So
Okay.
if you wouldn't mind.
Is there
keeping it
anyone
for a
else from
minute.
Salvation Army? Because we do need to bring our, okay, so.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I didn't see that, so I
Yeah, I
appreciate it.
did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Estrella Rayo. I'm on 2700 East Amity Avenue, Nampa. I'm reading, excuse me, Dear Mayor and Nampa City Council members, I'm reading the letter on behalf of Victoria Williams, a participant in the Salvation Army Rapid Rehousing Program. My name is Victoria Williams. I'm writing this letter in support of the Salvation Army Family Shelter receiving CDBG funding for rapid rehousing for the Rapid Rehousing Program. I would like to communicate with you about what their services have done for me and my family. I stayed in a homeless shelter with my children for nearly half a year until I was accepted into the Salvation Army's Salvation Army Rapid Rehousing Program. And within a month, my children and I were moving into our own home. The Salvation Army has helped us in so many ways, yet equally important, yet equally necessary ways, such as doing home visits to check in on me and see how well we are taking care of our apartment. They drug test me randomly for accountability purposes, and I'm proud to say that I have passed every test. I go to weekly case management appointments where I get their help in planning and prioritizing my goals and keeping a monthly budget and expense tracker. Sorry. I have been able to accomplish so much in my life with their support. They have a weekly life skills class that has taught me so much and all the families involved. Anytime that I need help with diapers, milk, wipes, hygiene, or household items, even food boxes, they have given me the assistance each time. They have helped me with a monthly allowance towards my utilities to help me keep up on my bills. The support system I have with them is one of love and inspiration. I have formed life-changing relationships with the staff members, and from them witnessing my baby's first steps to me sharing with them the good news and of receiving a raise and promotion at Target. They are doing God's work in the community and helping families such as mine to get on their feet and learn to sustain themselves for a better future. I just want to address how important it is to have all of these services in one place with an organization that I trust and believe in. Thank you for considering funding the important work the Salvation Army does through the Rapid Rehousing Program, and I pray that God opens your hearts and minds to continue funding the Salvation Army Rapid Rehousing Program so that others such as myself can experience the blessing of living a good life. Respectfully, Victoria Williams, 1815 Sunny Ridge Road, apartment 204, Nampa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Captain, did you intend to speak before we move on? I wanted to give you that opportunity. Major? Oh, my goodness. You know, I thought I said major last time and I was wrong, so I corrected it. I am so sorry. I apologize. Oh, my goodness.
Don't let it happen.
Can we
again.
just say general?
Just joking.
General, but yeah. I am sorry.
It's fine.
Thank
It's
you.
fine. Mayor, City Council, again, Mike Halverson, the Salvation Army, and I'm going to be talking about CDBG. My address is 36 South Bonner Street. You've heard a lot from the Salvation Army and how people are served. And first of all, I just want to thank you all for the time that you've put in pouring through the applications. But I feel like I need to say one thing about the non-compliance, okay? And I feel that it's necessary. Hopefully, I'll be able to explain it accordingly. So, according to the online recommendations for funding program year 2008, it states, staff have completed a monitoring of the Salvation Army Rapid Rehousing Program on May 29th, which happened, because of formal findings of non-compliance to CDBG rules and regulations. This makes the program ineligible for funding. Just to be clear, just a finding doesn't make us ineligible if we fix those findings before the requested date. When we received this letter to follow up with the findings, right away we took steps toward fixing those findings. One finding, we sent documentation, it was already mentioned, within the first 24 hours and was rectified. The second, we took several steps to fix, but at the end it was said that we had not done enough, that we felt like we finished what we were requested to do from the letter by the time of the follow-up, which was to come up with a plan and have an income verification paper put into each client's folder. I personally am not sure why we are not compliant, as we followed up and rectified each of the findings from that letter. From this point forward, we will make sure to keep good records on each client's income. That's one of the findings. Staff has recommended that we receive $28,000, but that would be $12,000 less than what we requested and would be still a big hit on us as we continue to try to fundraise for all the services that we provide. Now, saying that, I want to say that in 15 years, we have never had an unrectified finding. We have always worked to fix every finding, working closely with the city. We want to make sure that the staff know that we are ready and willing to work closely with them in 2018 and beyond to make sure we are compliant with CDBG from this day forward. Again, we do a lot. We do a lot, 83%, 83 cents out of every dollar that we receive goes back out into the community to serve people. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, you asked a question, if I may make a recommendation, and of course it'll be up to the remaining council, if we could just deal with the public service part of it, is that possible, where we can just decide on the public service and leave the administration and the community development project for after?
I'm not sure, but we can certainly ask.
Okay, is that a legal question?
Is that possible? Okay, Beth is shaking her head, yes.
I mean, those are mainly the folks that are out here, I believe,
Right.
regarding the public service. So I have some questions, though, for Robin or whatever. I don't want to take a lot of time, but I had to do some refiguring in there.
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
just again as a point of order, I know most all the council members serve on different boards and commissions, and we give a lot of time. I do serve on the advisory board for the Salvation Army, so I just want to disclose that again.
So would you be abstaining from the vote on this one?
I have no financial, there's nothing that comes to me financial, so I don't have to.
Okay, Miriam, is that? Okay,
And further clarification, I served on the board in the 90s, long ago.
okay.
You need to clarify anything?
I don't need to clarify anything, I'm ready to go.
Okay. So, where did Robin go? What am I missing? Oh, there, I'm like, where did you go? Okay, so we are moving to item number 22, and we're going to talk about the, I think it's the public side is what we call it. Just that,
Public service portion.
yes.
All right. I'm gonna. I think you have all in front of you the matrix. That's, I think, probably the portion that we'll refer to, and I'll talk a little bit about, and then maybe I can do a little bit of an introduction, and then for public service portion, and then if you want to ask questions, is that council?
And I'm probably just lost, but I'm seeing yours, Mayor.
Do you mean to make it-
Where's the matrix? Is it?
You can borrow mine and I'll go online.
Thanks.
Find mine online.
Was that left at my table?
So this is the revised matrix from what we had in the packet, is that correct? Thanks.
Yeah.
Do we need some copies of that? Okay,
Yeah.
let me borrow it.
I actually have some copies.
Do you have some
Right here.
copies you can
I'll let
pass
you
out?
have
Okay,
yours.
thank you.
So it was changed earlier today? Is that what you're saying?
No. Whatever is in the packet that you have on your computers would be accurate.
Okay, and I have that already.
Is that
then.
correct?
That's what comes up on that.
Well, I had no Salvation Army.
Oh,
recommendation.
Did you download the news?
So this is the memo.
Yeah.
And then it has the matrix at the end. The second to last page, I believe.
Let me have one just to verify, please. Thank you.
We can pass them down so you can go ahead and get ready. So it's the second to last page.
We can just make it bigger.
This is the same one.
This is no different than what was in the packet.
Yeah, it's the same.
It is
The
what was
same.
in the packet.
Okay.
Nothing's changed.
So you're still making the same recommendation as initially?
Yeah, and I can explain the recommendation.
Quite.
So, thank you for the opportunity to talk about the CDBG funding for public service. And so I wanted to talk about, so public service, the recommendation is that we fund 4 projects. And that is due to that staff is minimal for the for the community development portion, or part of our department. And so we've done this in the past where we have 4 projects that we help to fund with CDBG funds in public service. And the recommendation was to fund 4 organizations. And the reason, so we had a review committee. The review committee was 5 people who went through each of the applications. We all reviewed the applications and then gave them a score. And on the scoring, you'll see this is how the scoring came out, is on the side of the matrix. You'll see a column that says ranking. And the ranking came out that Catch was the first ranking in the scoring, and then the bottom was Salvation Army. And there's several things that go into that ranking. And a second, let me go up to where we have the portion about the recommendations. So for public service, we are only able to, for our total award being $129,024, we're only able to do a maximum of 15% of that total allocation for the year. And Meals on Wheels has program income that is also has to go into that equation. So the recommendation is that we do 14% of the total allocation, which is the $116,063.36 that we have to allocate to public service projects. So in reviewing, there would be a 14% cap that we would recommend. In reviewing and evaluating the proposals for CDBG funding for the current CDBG program year, using the application guidelines that the City Council adopted in May for 2018, they outline on page 15 of the CDBG application guidelines is that there's several bullet points that go underneath that, and the review committee also looks at that. But one of them that I think we need to get to the heart of, which is why we've had many people testify for Salvation Army, and why the recommendation was written the way it was, is that we do not, the City of Nampa, this is for City of Nampa specifically, is we do not duplicate existing services, and that effectively utilize, maximize partnerships with other organizations in the community. And then the third bullet point that follows that is that we, the City of Nampa, will give consideration and priority to organizations that demonstrate that the agency has staff capability and capacity to successfully implement the proposed project. So when we look at the matrix, the recommendation that was given is that we have 4 organizations that have duplicative services. So we have Salvation Army and we have Catch that both do rapid rehousing. And then we have Jesse Tree and we have Advocates Against Family Violence that do rental assistance. So in that situation, the city is actually, in the application guidelines, is the one that designates we don't want to do duplication, and that's outlined again on that page 15. HUD, as it was mentioned, upon further clarification, we just have to identify that there is need for duplication.
So for rapid rehousing, we could identify that there is need for more rapid rehousing. And for rental assistance, we would also have to document that there's need if we wanted to fund both of those organizations. So it would have to be the same for all of them. When we looked at Salvation, when the review committee looked at Salvation Army, we were in the middle of the first monitoring that was done for Salvation Army, as mentioned before. A letter was written, and the most important finding is that they were not doing the documentation for LMI eligibility. So documenting that all of their clients that were coming in the door were eligible for CDBG funds. And that's a requirement for HUD. And we wrote the letter, and we went back and did a second monitoring this last Thursday to check client files. We went through several client files, and the client files were vastly improved. They did a great job of documenting many things that we had asked them to document, and were very gracious and helpful in wanting to work with us. On that note, what's happened though is, for example, when a client comes into the rapid rehousing program at Salvation Army, many times the objective is for somebody to get a job. And they come into the program, they may not have a job. So they're definitely, if they're homeless, they're automatically eligible, but we have to have that documentation that they meet those LMI standards to receive services funded by CDBG funds. So if a person gets a job while they're in the rapid rehousing program, they have to re-document that they are still CDBG eligible. And that's the portion that is the next finding. Now, we've met with Salvation Army. They're willing to make those fixes. And so while they do have findings against them, and that quote puts them in not good standing, which is part of the portion in the CDBG application guidelines, they still can be eligible for funding them with rapid rehousing, or we have the option of funding a different program at Salvation Army. So there's an option to council to consider that option also. We would just need to amend the guidelines, the CDBG guidelines, because we would be doing duplicative services because they're both rapid rehousing. And again, that would mean the same thing for Advocates Against Family Violence and Jesse Tree. I'm going to move on to Jesse Tree and some of the issues that are happening there, if there's not any more questions about Salvation Army and Catch.
Mayor Kling, can you kind of describe what what it takes to amend the guidelines?
Yeah, I think that there would just need to be a proposal to amend the guidelines to say that if there is need for duplicative services, and we can prove that there is need for duplicative services, then the council could consider that funding to organizations that.
And the amendment goes to HUD?
Yeah, I think we would just need to document that we've gone through the public process of amending the application guidelines.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, 2 questions, please. Number one, Catch, you're in the committee, I don't know who is on the committee, but in the committee's judgment, is Catch able to handle all the rehousing needs in Nampa?
So the committee felt like they could handle the housing needs with the extra funding because they would hire an extra individual as they identified in their application.
Okay. The second one, as far as you were going to do some clarification on Jesse Tree, were you going to add anything further than what was in our packets that was written?
No.
Okay, I'd prefer personally for that not to happen, since hopefully we all read that.
Okay.
But so as far as duplication, I think I understood, and I appreciate that information.
Yes.
Thanks.
Mayor Kling. Robin, I realize you've only been here a short time, and you got thrown this huge file with HUD on it, and it's mind-boggling. But let me ask you this, though. When you have a recipient of these funds, are you required to, or do you just because give them a training and monitor during the time that they are with this?
Yeah, so Commissioner or Councilman
Councilman.
Rodriguez, Yes, we are required to do a subrecipient workshop that happens in the fall. So any subrecipient that receives money comes to the workshop, and we will talk about CDBG requirements for reporting and what the city requires. Additionally, yes, we are required, I'm sorry, I forgot the second one.
Required to monitor
Yes,
the
we're
funds.
required to monitor. Yes, we're required to
Mhm.
monitor, and we should be monitoring.
Mhm.
That hasn't always happened, and I need to say that hasn't always happened. But yes, we will be doing monitoring
Okay.
annually.
And for your sake, you've only been here, what, three months with the city of Nampa now?
Right.
So, okay, well, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes.
I would like to, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Robin. Robin may be new to Nampa, but she's not new to the CDBG
Oh, I
and to
see.
the funding side.
I
This
see.
is not new to her.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Robin, who's on the committee?
Yeah, so Councilwoman Levi was on the committee, myself, Janae Mitchell, Lance McGrath, and Mary Burke was on the committee.
Thank you.
Yes.
So at this time, I believe what we are looking for this evening would be a motion to approve either the funding as recommended, the public service funding as recommended by the committee, or that it's up to the council's discretion.
Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion, see if it goes anywhere. In regard to the public service request, I understand that we can identify, and we have identified, a need for additional rapid rehousing in Nampa. The fact that Boise and other municipalities have both Catch and Salvation Army providing the rapid rehousing, I think only adds to the potential for growth of those services through the two agencies. So I would like to make a motion that we modify the amounts recommended to Catch of $20,000. Meals on Wheels would stay as proposed at $32,000. Advocates Against Family Violence would be modified by $1,000 to $24,063.36, and Salvation Army would be fully funded at $40,000 as requested.
I'll second that.
So, Bruce, do you have a question?
Oh, just discussion.
Discussion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Robin, just so you know, this is my 5th year doing this funding, and we've never followed the recommendation of the committee, so no offense, don't take it.
None taken. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I could. The thing that supports this is really important, is that cities know, and also the communities, that according to, I think it was Pam, right? She said 7 people were helped by Catch. The Salvation Army helped 20 families. So I see the need to support Councilman Haverfield's proposal or motion.
So I have a,
Go ahead.
I have a question. It's a clarifying question. We have an adopted, I don't know if we want to call it a guideline or procedure for CDBG funding that we do not fund duplicative services. So for us to go against that procedure, do we need to change our guidelines and have a vote that proceeds because we're actually not abiding by something that the city council actually has voted on?
Right. Yes. Yes, Mayor. I would
Right,
do
because
that,
it
yes.
changes the guidelines that we have presented to HUD.
Right.
Is that correct?
Correct.
So we cannot just randomly change out of the guidelines that we have currently submitted to HUD. So I guess the question would be, what do you have to do to change that?
I think it's,
Madam Mayor?
yeah, just a motion.
It's just a motion?
Madam Mayor, can I just include that amendment to the guidelines to HUD as a part of my motion?
You could, or we could just have a separate motion first, that we amend the guidelines, and then second motion would be that you do this. So you could withdraw this motion, have the
Okay.
first motion, and then we could move to the second motion.
Okay, I'll withdraw my first motion. I'm making it again. I assume you're going to withdraw your second?
I will, sir.
Okay, so I will make a motion to allow city staff to draft an amendment to the guidelines to HUD. Is that adequate?
Yes,
Okay.
the application guidelines.
Allowing for duplicative services.
Yeah, to allow a duplication in the category based on the identification of need, which we've basically proven.
Yes.
And I'll second that motion again.
Okay, discussion.
I will not be voting in favor. I'm not fond of duplication, so I will not be voting yes on that. I like one agency running, and I think it's much more efficient than two different agencies.
Any further discussion?
Mayor? Thank you. I just want it to be on the record that while I was on the committee and I had the privilege to review the different applications, and I did appreciate being involved in the process, when it came down to the actual dollar breakdown amount, that was not something that I was involved in. One of the things that I will say in support of the shelter is that I do appreciate that you're workable and that you are working to be in compliance with these things, and I'm very appreciative. And when I think of the Salvation Army, I do think of the many wonderful things you do. And while I can support what Councilman Brunner said, as far as duplicating services, that is a little bit questionable. But at the same time, because I'm very supportive of what the Salvation Army has been doing through the rapid rehousing and the numbers, I would be in support of Councilman Haverfield's motion.
Any further,
Call for the vote.
roll call?
Skog,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Brunner,
No.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes. So do I need to okay.
Then
Got
I
my
will-
numbers in
well,
front of
I will
me.
have discussion, then you may re-vote the original motion. Okay.
Yes. So again, I would make a motion to amend the projected or recommended numbers by staff to reflect a change to catch to the amount of $20,000. Meals on Wheels would still be at $32,000. Advocates Against Family Violence would be $24,063.36, and Salvation Army would be $40,000, for a total, again, as listed, of $116,063.36.
I'll second that again.
And then discussion.
Madam Mayor, discussion, so I would be, there again, I realize this will pass, I'd be in favor. Salvation Army is our service here. Catch, I think, does a wonderful job. They are out of Boise. So I don't have the exact figures because of all these changes, but I would advocate that Salvation Army get more than the 40,000. Catch not be included in this motion. Meals on Wheels gets their full amount of 35,000. And Advocates, I love that type of program. I guess a year will tell, but I love the idea of prevention rather than reactionary. Rapid housing is finding places for people. Advocates is actually keeping individuals of need in their present housing. So I would at least advocate for Advocates to get their full funding. Meals on Wheels get their full funding. Catch not be included in this funding. Salvation Army get the balance.
Just a point of clarification, Catch does office in Nampa? They do office in Nampa,
Okay.
yes. They do. Their office is located in
Well,
the former library.
Let me just, for that mistake, let me just say, Catch has been, I realize, they're again, a wonderful organization. I think Salvation Army has been around for a long, long time, and just because of my initial vote on the other non-duplication subject matter, I would still advocate for Salvation Army to get the funding.
Any further discussion?
Call for the vote.
Okay, roll call.
Skog,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Brunner,
No.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Okay. So that concludes our item number, I believe, 22 on the agenda, and we will now move to public hearings, and we will come, excuse me, it does not fully conclude, it concludes that portion. And we will come back and finish the rest of that discussion following public hearing.
Thanks, Rob.
Okay, the first public hearing that we have on this evening is item number 29, and my understanding, I guess I'd like to ask, is there anyone here that for action item number 29, which is the annexation and zoning on the Happy Valley Road with, besides yourself, yes. So, my understanding, are we going to move this forward?
Yes, I guess we can talk to Daniel, and we agreed to extend for 3 months, so that's going to give me enough time to do the application.
Okay. And what is the date that you would like to suggest? We put August 6th just tentatively here, but what is, do you have a date in mind that you would like, did you say 3 months?
Was that the length of time that you were given, about 3 months, or?
Yeah, 3 months, but I don't know if I can extend it a little bit more.
We will have Norm speak to that. Norm, can they do that long?
Yes, engineering actually recommended 3 months.
Okay.
It would take that length of time to get through the process with the FAA. And so that date specific would be September 17th, city council meeting. And it would be brought back if you wanted to get a date certain.
Okay. So with that said, the public hearing will be left open, and this item will be postponed, and we will continue the public hearing and defer that to the date of September 17th. Okay?
We need a vote on that?
I don't know that we do. Maren, do we need to vote on that? Okay, I thought, okay. So thank you so much for coming this evening, and we'll see you in September.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, so our next public hearing is actually item number 30, and this is the annexation and zoning to IL with development agreement for industrial development for parcel numbers R3100400000, if I got those zeros right, and R3100401100, and R3100401000, and R3101501000, and R3100500000, surrounding and including 16622 Madison Road for Burke and Karen Hansen. And this is a public hearing, but I'm going to pause just a moment. So, is there anything we need to pause for?
I just need, I don't have the information in the packet.
You don't have it in your packet? Okay.
If I can get that on a thumb drive, then I'll be good.
Okay, perfect. So, let's begin with the applicant. Is the applicant here this evening? Thank you. Thank you for stating your name and your address.
Hi, I'm Burke Hansen, 2410 Sunshine Drive, Boise, Idaho. Here, looking to get annexed and comply with the zoning that, per the master plan. Thank you, council members, mayor, for hearing us today. We're just trying to move forward with the way the master plan has been written for quite some time. During planning and zoning, we heard the concerns of many of the neighbors, and we worked with planning and zoning to develop a development agreement that increased setbacks, included some landscaping as well, downlighting, a number of things to try to make it more, to be more appreciated by the neighbors. It should be reminded that this has been in the master plan prior to the subdivision even being built. It's been that way, it's way back when. As I stated before, when I was in front of planning and zoning, my family actually moved because they didn't want to be next to a subdivision. Now they don't want us to do it what it was been zoned then, so that's kind of where we are, and I think that's really all I have tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Staff report.
Yes, this, this application for annexation industrial zoning with a development agreement has been recommended to the city council by the planning commission for approval. At the planning commission meeting, the planning commission determined to require a development agreement stipulating the concerns that Mr. Hanson mentioned being addressed in the development agreement. And we worked that out. He and I met, and we prepared the development agreement and the conditions that you have in the staff report specifically. I won't go through those unless they need to be mentioned. There is one additional condition that was omitted from the original draft from the staff report from the engineering division regarding the dedication of additional right-of-way on the Birch, I believe it was Birch, excuse me, yes, Birch Lane side. That was omitted and needs to be included to indicate a 40-foot width from the center line of Birch Lane for a full 80-foot right-of-way width on Birch Lane on that side of the road, 40 feet. And that needs to be added to the access and right-of-way section of the development agreement as a requirement. And I don't imagine Mr. Hanson would be opposed to that. It just wasn't listed there, but it was inherent that it would be included because at the time of annexation, those right-of-ways are extended, and he may have comments about that, but that would need to be added to the development agreement as well. And again, if you have any questions on the development agreement, again, we can answer those, or you can look at those statements in that agreement, and Mr. Hanson has agreed to those. And the area is a 50-acre site, zoned light, or proposed to be zoned light industrial upon annexation, and it is on the comp plan for light industrial and has been for a number of years, so it is appropriate in terms of what the plan has indicated. Unfortunately, the subdivision does exist next door, but with this berming and landscaping and downlighting on the lighting as well as the other conditions, we feel that it should be able to address most of the concerns that were mentioned by the neighbors at the Planning Commission hearing. And that would be all that I would have. Any questions?
I would like to ask Mr. Burke, before we step into public testimony, if he would agree to the 40-foot width for the full 80 as you have recommended be included in the development agreement?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is a public hearing, and we only have one person signed up in support and one person opposing. The support was Burke Hanson, and so we'll let you close with the statement. And the person opposing is Jen Adams. So Jen, would you like to speak, or are you just noting? No, I would like to speak first. Okay. So as you come forward, yes, please come forward, state your name and your address, and then you have 3 minutes. And I will give opportunity for someone that did not sign up that would like to speak on behalf of or against, so that will come next.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Adams. I live at 16763 Wood Duck Avenue, which is on the other side of that Mason Creek waterway, directly behind the piece of land that we're talking about right now. These are just some thoughts to put out there quickly. When the city developed that master plan years ago, the zoning put in place was actually just a placeholder. Nobody really knew what was going to be appropriate, but it's easier to adjust to a lighter use than heavier use category. So many plots, I believe, were just listed for light industrial to start out with, although this is an agricultural plot. I do want to thank the Planning and Zoning Department for taking into the account the needs of the Brants Landing subdivision, which I'm the president of the HOA for. At the moment, with the light industrial rezoning, we're pretty neutral. We'd still like something else, but I think we could live with it. I do want to thank Mr. Hanson very much for all of the stipulations that we brought last time that you put in, and I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record. Also, to put out there that if you did get an offer for professional or residential or office or anything else, we would be really a whole lot happier with that. That being said, I appreciate everybody's cooperation. Like I said, I'm not happy about it, but I'm happier than I was before. So thank you. That's all I have to say.
It's always nice to hear a positive like that, so thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to testify, whether it's in support of or not in support of this particular item? If not, Mr. Burke, this would be your opportunity to state anything before we close public hearing? No further comments. No further. Hearing no other further comments, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council discussion. And I would stand for a motion. Okay, so who's going to be first?
All right,
Okay.
our turn down at this end. Madam Mayor, fellow council members, I move that we would approve the annexation and zoning to IL as presented with the conditions, including the additional right-of-way as mentioned by Mr. Holm on the record.
I will second that.
Further discussion? Roll call.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Berner,
Yes.
Skog,
Yes.
Okay, so now moving on to action item number 31. And this is our final public hearing of the evening, but there are 2 action items within this item. And so we will start, and I would like to defer to staff on this as we begin with 2 action items. Shall we start with, we'll start with the applicant and then staff report. Staff, could you advise, are you going to be covering both in your staff report, or are we going to approach these with 2 separate
Really?
reports and 1 public hearing?
Mayor and council, staff can do as you please. And so the report originally was crafted in the fashion of presenting it all together. That's basically how it happened to the commission, in a sense, as a package deal. My understanding from, in my absence, from Norm was that perhaps it had been a little bit reorchestrated to approach it from one property and development, or set, and development agreement and CUP, and then go on separately to the secondary one. And so I don't know if you have a feeling of how you'd like to have that handled or not.
Well, my thought is we'll have 1 public hearing, but because it's been put in as 2 action items, we will vote separately. But as far as the applicant testimony and staff,
Then we'll handle it as one package.
you'll handle it as 1 package. Okay, and then we'll vote separately. Okay, is the applicant here? Thank you. Thank you for stating your name, address.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Kevin Amar. My address is 1548 West Cayuse Creek Drive in Meridian, Idaho. So we prepared this in 2 separate presentations. So
Okay.
with that, we're going to try to cobble together 2 and create 1 presentation. So starting with
Do you have a
property-
handout?
Oh, yes, we have handouts for each of you.
And you are welcome to start with presentation 1, staff report, presentation 2, staff report, if you would like, and then we'll do public hearing following.
Okay, that'd
If
be, I
that's
think that
easier.
would be easiest. Thank you, Madam
Okay.
Mayor. Hopefully it'll provide a little more clarity on the request we have before us and try to separate the 2 as 1 request, I believe, is a little simpler than the other, or less involved at least. So what you have before you is a packet and a PowerPoint presentation that we'll flip through on the slides. We're calling this Phase 1, and it's the Fall River West lots 20, 21, and 22. This project already has an existing RP zone. This project already has an existing development agreement that requires specific types of construction and specific building uses on the property. And with that, we are not requesting a rezone, we're not requesting a change in the property use, but due to the nature of policies and procedures at the city, we are here to request a CUP application be approved for the project in order to build, and this is important, in order to build what is required to be built in the development agreement. So there was a development agreement approved in 2012 that requires specific types of construction. Along with that, a CUP was approved as well. That CUP has since expired, and so we are simply here to get an approval of a CUP, again, in order to build what the development agreement requires to be built. Again, we're not asking for a change in zoning or the type of use. So if we go to the second slide, what we are asking for is, as I stated, that CUP being approved, and then we're also asking for a modification to the existing development agreement to change specifically 2 different items, or 2 different parts of that development agreement. That development agreement restricted the ownership and the construction of the property to a single person, and we're asking to remove that single person ownership and construction to be removed. It was SKC Development and Steve Cope that was required to not only build, but own these properties. And I think in conversation with staff and with their counsel, that may be a questionable or a difficult policy to enforce, simply because that property may or may not change hands in the future. The other request that we are asking is that, and I believe the word was comply, we're asking to change the word comply to substantially conform as it relates to the type of buildings that we are building. We are still proposing to build the 8-plexes as was approved and as is required in the development agreement, but we are simply asking to change to a different style, and partially, we'll show you why we're asking for that along with it. So let's talk about, in slide 3, the surrounding area and the zoning. So this property is along Middleton Road. It's in a community mixed-use area. It's part of the Fall River Business Park, and we've illustrated on the portion on the left is Middleton Road with the red indicating all of the, either the commercial or the BC zones along with that. So Middleton Road is quickly, albeit lesser than 12th Avenue, it's quickly becoming another commercial corridor. Similar to 12th Avenue. 12th Avenue is still a more heavily used commercial corridor, but there is more community mixed use in that area, trying to capture some of the service-related projects and service-related uses for the neighbors that live in that area. If we go to the next slide, and this zooms in a little bit more specifically to Fall River West and to the property that was in 2007 approved for not only the single-family residential, but also the community mixed-use area within that. The lots, as they transition from east to west, get smaller in size as a transition to that community mixed-use area. In fact, the lots directly abutting the property that we are discussing are 21 to 38% smaller than the surrounding properties, indicating a transition from single-family residential to that more of a commercial type atmosphere. Within the Fall River West mixed-use area, there are currently an RV rental, repair, and mechanic shop. There is a dentist's office. There's a 24-hour fitness and a daycare. The 24-hour fitness and the daycare are all relatively new. In fact, I think both opened this year.
Can you point to where those are on that map?
I can. Thank you for asking. I only got a pointer. So this is the 24-hour fitness, and this section is the daycare. The dentist's office is up here, and this lot is the RV rental repair and sales yard. The rest of this area here has yet to be completed. There is no commercial or any type of use in that area. The lots that we are speaking of tonight, on the next slide, are these 3 lots. Now, these 3 lots were the ones that were approved back in 2012 for the construction. They were rezoned to RP, and they were approved for the construction of 8-plex multifamily units. They also required the construction, these yellow areas here are garages, because with that approval, it required the construction of garages as well along with the eightplex construction. So we are still requesting that same type of use in that area. We're not requesting any change. The change that we're requesting, to change the word from comply to conform, I believe it's on the next slide, has to do with this. And the development agreement had a specific building elevation, it had a specific floor plan that maximized the setbacks within the property. Within the RP zone, setbacks are allowed to go up to 10 feet from the neighboring property line. And so what we're doing with the buildings that we're requesting to build is to move that. It's about a 80% increase on the western side, and it's actually a 140% increase on the southern side. Sorry, I said western, eastern side. And so our building depths are shallower than the buildings that were proposed back in 2012. So we're requesting that word again from comply to conform, and we're okay using the exhibits tonight if you want to specify the type of buildings that we're using to what we're showing you tonight. The other thing that this allows us to do in the, it's a little bit hard to see, but along here you can see the landscaping buffer that was previously approved, and they've got a couple of trees, but due to the proximity of the building to the fence, there's really not any room to put any additional trees there, and it's defined as low-growing bushes and shrubs. And so with the request that we're making tonight, we're able to add some additional trees along that fence line to, again, further create some buffering and some transition from the neighborhood to our proposal. The next slide also shows, this is the building that we are proposing. This outline here is the building that is approved to be constructed on the property currently. And so we're able to reduce our eave height 2 feet and the top of the roof pitch over 4 feet. I know one of the concerns that the neighbor has is that feeling of people being right on top of them. And with the request tonight and changing the building type from what was approved to what we're requesting, this will reduce the overall roof by 4 additional feet. And again, because of the setbacks, we'll be able to pull the setbacks almost double on the eastern boundary, 18 feet rather than 10 feet, and on the southern boundary, 24 feet rather than 10 feet. We did use in the previous, so this is simply to illustrate our type of building. We use the existing approvals and the types of materials that they have, the types of stone, the overall, I guess, finishes of the home, and we use those same finishes and applied them to, I guess, our buildings versus other people's buildings. We still tried to add all those different types of elements, both front and rear, for the project. The next slide is just a 3D rendering of the property, and this shows an aerial view, Google Maps, and through the world of computers, it's pretty cool. We can add in what these buildings will be as they relate to the property next door. Again, still showing, I know one of the questions or one of the comments in the staff report was that we would be required to continue to build the garages. We are still building the garages with this approval. We're not asking to change the development agreement and remove anything that is already required in the property. We're only simply trying to enhance what is already required and hopefully trying to be better neighbors from what is there.
Mayor, may I ask a question? Just an orientation clarification. So on this slide here, where would the daycare center be?
So I believe it is right in this lot here.
So
And you can see this slab here, that's the 24-hour fitness.
Okay, so currently with these three plats, there's nothing that's right in west, just west or east of the daycare centers that I'm seeing.
No, sir. All of this is bare ground.
Okay.
In fact, Jeremy, do you have a copy of the overall, it might be in packet number 2?
That's maybe in the next packet.
It's okay, we'll try to fast forward to that, give us just a second, and we have an overall site plan of what, it's close, keep going. A little more. thought we had an overall, back in 2007, this thing. Okay, here we go. So this was what was in 2007, the conceptual plan that was approved when the original developer brought it in. And it shows this commercial mixed-use area. The daycare is in this location.
I guess I should look this way since your pointer's going that way.
Sorry, I don't know which I should be.
No, go ahead, sorry.
The daycare is in this location, the 24-hour fitness is here. These are the 3 lots that we're speaking of currently, and all of this ground is vacant at this current time.
Okay, so the 3 lots there, again, another clarification, go to your left. Then that there, the daycare, so those would just be east of the daycare then?
The 2 lots that are in the next presentation,
Okay, so those that you're talking about currently are to the south?
yes, sir.
Gotcha.
The current lots that we're talking about directly to the west have no neighbors yet. Nothing's been developed in that property as of yet. And again, we're trying to separate the presentations because this is, I think Robert put it in his report, the CUP is more of a formality of approval because the development agreement already requires this type of construction and this building to be constructed on these 3 lots. So again, we're not asking for any we're asking for a reinstatement of the CUP, but we're not asking to do anything that hasn't been already approved on this property.
Okay, Mayor, just one other clarification. So from Mr. Cope, am I understanding you have purchased this?
I have purchased this from
And this
Mr.
was
Cope.
with the understanding that this current zoning is one of the reasons you purchased this?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So we purchased it from Mr. Cope with the understanding that multifamily could be constructed here because the development agreement between him and the city required that construction. What we're asking to change is, again, is 2 things. One, we did not understand that the city was going to restrict the sale of the property from Mr. Cope to anyone else, really. And that we're asking also to change that we can change the word from comply to substantially conform with the types of buildings that we have here. Adding that extra setback, adding the reduced heights, adding the extra trees, and creating more of a buffer.
Question, had the CUP expired at the time that you purchased the property?
Yes, ma'am, it had. So
Okay.
the property was approved with the CUP in 2012, I believe, and Robert can clarify, I believe sometime in 2013 it had expired.
Had expired, okay.
So the CUP at any point, and we knew the CUP needed to be reinstated. But again, maybe, I'm not trying to put words in Robert's mouth, so he can clarify if he's wrong, but it, again, is more of a formality simply because the development agreement requires the type of construction that we're currently asking for. So we appreciate your time. I'd be happy to answer any other questions. And I think what I would like to do is let Robert present on the 3 units so we can be clear on what we're asking for the 3 lots, and then I can come back and make a presentation on the other 2 lots.
Okay.
So with that, I'd stand for any questions.
I don't think there are any right now, but you do have the opportunity to come back,
Okay,
so.
thank you.
Mayor and Council, you have in your staff report packet the information that we had by the time the report was ready to go to print, understanding that the report was produced early and that since then a series of digital photos have come in from a neighbor, and we have those here. You may have received those, I don't know, but I'll send them to the bench here in just a minute after it's finished speaking for a minute. Okay, Norm says you have in your report. He had to help finish it up in my absence, so. Just quickly, as a reiteration of what's in your staff report content, of course, we remember that development agreements are, by and large, contracts. They're treated as contract law under the Local Land Use Planning Act and by the courts of Idaho. And like any other contract, they involve two parties in this case, but they are adjustable or able to be modified on agreement of the parties, notwithstanding any other input that may come forward. The council, in this case, has full discretion to agree to amend the development agreement as proposed, or in some semblance of what is proposed, which may trigger the need to go back to a new hearing set, or to deny the request as presented to you. You have a recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission that came forward also in your packet and the minutes with a negative slant. They opposed the proposal in all counts. And of course, you have neighbors that testified by and large against the proposal. The RP zone has some standards that I'll talk about in a second, but I wanted to mention first that the conditional use permit criteria that are encouched in the zoning ordinance of the City of Nampa have been reiterated in your report as well. Those are in bold font, along with the commentary that I've already given you on development agreements being stated therein too. The RP zone, just as a quick FYI, actually has 8-foot setback requirements on the interior yards, being side and rear, and there is no height limit in that zone. The concept plan originally approved for the original developer, Steve Cope, contemplated, as you can see in that design, the presence of office buildings conceptually on the lots that we were talking about this evening, all 5 of them actually. Those office lots could have buildings on them 1 story in size and up to 2 or 3 potentially and more. The practicality or likelihood of that, of course, is debatable. There is no design review requirement associated with the RP zone. Hence, the council and yesteryear and yourselves have full authority and need in this case as well to decide what kind of design standards you would like, if you approve this, the applicant to adhere to, whether what they presented or otherwise. Staff considers the CUP re-up in this case something of a formality, yes, in a way. Howbeit that the development agreement, and the CUP are disparate in their nature. One is a contract, if you will, the other one is an entitlement, and neither one compel the council to approve the other. Still, the understanding, if the development agreement approved originally the whole concept of having eightplexes, was then further verified or affirmed, maybe better said, by a CUP that said the same, then the fact that the CUP lapsed and could have been re-upped and continue to be re-upped to the present day is something that causes us to think along those lines, as we said, that maybe in this case it's more of a mere formality. That doesn't rob the issue for discussion tonight, whether or not those apartments are appropriate there, in the sense that the developer now would like to have them, which is modified to suit their design ideas and to be allowed to be developed under their direction and ownership. Any questions for now? Staff will comments till later if need be.
Okay, at this time, I think we'll move to part 2, the exclamation for B, which is 31B on our agenda. And we'll hold 1 public hearing for both items, but we'll go with applicant and then staff report. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, council members, do I restate my name?
Yes, just to be formal, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. For the record, Kevin Amar, address is 1548 West Cayuse Creek Drive in Meridian, Idaho. Part 2 of this request, part 2 of this property. So this request has to do with the parcels to the north. There's 2 additional lots to the north that are currently zoned business community, BC, community business. I never understood why it's BC and it gets backwards on me, sorry. And within that community business zone, multifamily is an allowed use with the approval of a CUP. So what we are here tonight to request is the approval of a CUP for the 2 lots to the the northern portion of what we'll call Phase 2 in Fall River West. We're requesting a CUP using and a development agreement modification to amend the original conceptual plan, removing office and adding multifamily in there, and using our design standards as we will present this evening. Again, and part of this, I apologize, I'll try to go quickly. I feel like I'm rehashing something I just said a few moments ago. But this project is being proposed in a community business in a BC zone. This zone is surrounded by other commercial areas. This enclave here, on at least the comp plan, is designated for community business. All of this is community business. We've got a Walmart in this area. So there is really along Middleton Road quite a bit of business type uses, either proposed or existing in that area. The property that is in this area, I believe that is Fall River, I don't remember which phase, and then Fall River West. As we go from east to west, these properties, these lots are larger than the lots directly adjacent to the properties that we're discussing tonight. Again, it's about a 21% decrease, indicating that as this project was overall approved originally by the original developer, knowing that this was going to be a more intense business type atmosphere, the transition from larger estate lots to more patio home style lots already took place, then moving to the business commercial type application. I'm not even following along with my own slides. So Nampa's comprehensive plan demarcates Fall River West as being in a community mixed-use area. Within this, there needs to be intercirculation. There needs to be located on a major transportation corridor. It may include higher density residential as well as landscape areas. If we go to the original concept plan for the BC zone within Fall River West, this is Middleton Road. This is Lake Lowell. And again, there's interconnectivity with public roads going through that. There will also be additional access points back out to Middleton Road, providing good access to, through, and within the property. If you look at the originally approved ideas on these two lots, these are office plans on these lots. They're set up for a 10-foot setback adjacent to the existing residential neighborhoods here. Again, this is the rent for fun, RV, sales, rentals, service, location. The dentist office is actually under here. The daycare and the 24-hour fitness. All the rest of this is still owned by and has not been improved since Steve Cope, the original developer, completed that. So for this project, it's been really since 2007, and there's been a daycare, a 24-hour fitness, and a dental office that has been completed in this area. We are requesting the approval of these two lots for multifamily units. On these two locations. Last year, a similar request was brought before this council and was approved, although it was with fourplexes, although the developer withdrew the application and did not continue on as far as we can tell. And that was in June of 2017. And additional fourplexes were approved on the two lots that we're addressing tonight. If you can go to the next slide. On these two lots here. Again, with these two lots, we're still including the addition of garages and trying to be consistent with what is already approved on the other three lots. And we can show an overall aerial. Oh, let's go to the increased setback section. Again, this bold line delineates where those offices are approved to, at least on a conceptual plan. that being 10 feet from the rear property lines and those houses next door. We're 18 to 20 feet, 18 feet to the patios, 20 feet to the actual building for our proposal this evening. Again, this is an example of what we are requesting to build. And then this next slide would show the 3 eightplexes as well as these 2 that we're requesting at this time. So as a synopsis, we are requesting the approval of a conditional use permit and a development agreement modification for the lots 23 and 25 before the city council this evening. We feel like it'll be beneficial to the city. Hopefully something can be built there finally. It's been years since anything has been built on these lots, and I will stand for any questions. I can see there's a few.
Mayor, Sandy, excuse me. Sir, are the plans that you brought before us tonight the very same plans that were brought before planning and zoning? No modifications or anything?
Yes, ma'am. These plans that we have before you tonight are the same as that were before planning and zoning.
Okay, thank you.
The square footage in the units, what are the,
Each unit is approximately 1,000 square feet,
okay, and what is the rent anticipated to be?
$995 a month.
Okay. Do you feel like what you're building is conducive to the neighborhood that you're aligning yourself with and positioning next to?
I do, Madam Mayor. The materials, we also build single-family residential homes. The materials that we use on the single-family residential homes are the same as the materials that we're requesting this evening. The one thing that I will think help is the change from what was proposed before. There was some maybe dated colors and some other dated finishes that isn't as current as it might be today. And I really do feel that our product will be harmonious and consistent with what's in the neighborhood.
Okay, so the consistency would rather be consistent with the neighborhood that you're lining yourself with versus any other neighborhood, would be my question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I do have another, but I'm going to wait until I want to speak to Norm again on this issue. Not Robert, no. Sorry. Oh, I mean, Robert here.
So if there are no other questions right now, we'll move to staff report on this segment. Segment B.
And Fred, I'd be happy to answer your question.
I'm sure you would. If you would like to show us an overview of Middleton, Lake Lowell, of that area, do you have an overlay of that?
I'll pick through there. Yeah.
What's that?
Well, how about if I give some comments and then I'll look through there because I
Okay.
need some time to find anything like that you want in that
Okay,
packet.
well, just let me tell you, I think at one point that on the north side of Lake Lowell and Middleton Road, there's a subdivision going in, correct?
North.
Steamboat, is that right? Yeah, is that right, Steamboat? And that's a 300-home residential area, I believe. Is that right?
I'm not sure there's that many.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Well, I think it is. Let's move on. The other one is the new subdivision going on across the street, which would be on the west side, past the Whistle Farms. And that's another phase, what was it, phase 4 of Carriage Hill Estates. Oh, there you go. Okay. So what remedy do we have for this eightplex facility or apartments, I guess, for our roads and infrastructure that could handle this?
Mayor and Councilman Rodriguez, the engineering division has commented as the extent that they wish to on that item, that topic. So you might want to ask them further about that. But what we had from them is in your packet.
I see, okay.
Yeah.
So, so the other thing is that there's already going to be, I think one of the biggest is my concern is a traffic issue. I know we've talked about that, but I'm sorry, we got to keep going on, especially in this neighborhood. What's the remedy that we have on behalf of the city for that?
There are a few different remedies that can be implemented for that. But again, rather than give my opinion, which I'd be happy to do, but I think I'll just defer to them.
Okay,
Yep,
and here he is.
since we're on this topic, let's handle it now.
All right, yes.
Mayor, Councilor Rodriguez. So this particular development is not large enough to require a traffic impact study, so it falls in the bucket of, they do pave their way for traffic impacts through the impact fee. So they'll pay impact fees, and those impact fees will collectively be put in a bucket to fund improvements for the entire city. Now, whether this be we don't currently have a project at that location in our queue, but it's not to say it couldn't be in the future. So it's impact fees are paying for that.
Okay, and that's the other issue, is that our impact fees would cover some of that. But as far as the widening of Middleton and that intersection of Lake Lowell and Middleton, plus Lake Lowell running, it would be east, there would be no ramification for them to help the city widen those areas, widen those streets for the use of traffic, right?
So, Councilor Rodriguez, so as those farm grounds turn into subdivisions, that's part of what the requirement will be, to donate the right-of-way and build out the width that we need. And then as we connect up all these pieces of the subdivision and we get the widths that we need, we can go in and do restriping as we do our seal coats and get the capacity that we need.
I see.
So that's the way we've been handling development along Midland. It'll be the same thing along Middleton. As we get that right of way, we're able to do the striping. And then our impact fees, the way they're set up, it's we're able to do intersections with the impact fees.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so, Robert, thank you for providing your staff report on this segment.
Sure. And then a couple quick add-ons then, since we got kind of distracted there a little bit.
Yes.
Once again, you're looking at an issue where you have a development agreement modification, a CUP, same standards. A little bit different in this case, though, in that there's no question of past history. This is simply a new application, and the BC zone now allows for applications for apartments as a CUP, where it didn't some time ago. And so there was some confusion early on about that, and an application for rezone that was withdrawn because it was no longer a necessity. And the other comment that I hear sometimes is that, well, is this use transitional or not? And frankly, it's a subjective call. You've got, as we heard tonight from the applicant, larger residential lots on the east side of Fall River with an intentional downsizing to a certain extent of the lots in the east side of Fall River West, then moving into commercial. Whether the introduction in transitory form of apartments in between the commercial and the residential, as often happens, is appropriate in this particular situation remains your discretionary call. Thank you.
Were there any additional questions of Robert within the staff report? Okay, so this is a public hearing, and at this time, we will open up for the public hearing. We do have a number of people that have signed up. That said, we have a number of people that have signed up. So I think you guys have possibly been through this before, but just a quick reminder of how we walk through this process. So I will go through everyone that has signed up on the list. There may be someone here that says, no, they don't desire to testify. It is noted that you're here in favor of or opposing the recommendation this evening. If you are going to defer, we will allow the minutes to be deferred. Let me ask this, we start public hearing. Is there someone here that is speaking on behalf of the entire group? So it looks like you guys are relatively independent. Okay. For Spring Valley, okay. So how many people are here with Spring Valley? No. Okay. Okay. And you're speaking on behalf of Spring Valley HOA? Okay. So let's let you start, since you're the only person here that is speaking on behalf of a group, and then from there, I'm just going to go down the list. It's a reminder that you do have 3 minutes. We do have a sign, I believe. Our clerk is actually tracking the time tonight, and so he is going to put up a little sign to say time is up, and feel free to come on up. And then as everyone comes up, I think you know the rule. It's please state your name, your address, and then stick to your 3 minutes. And we'll go from there. So thank you.
Thank you. My name's Lori Sharrock. I live at 1219 South Spring Valley Drive. I'm representing Spring Valley HOA. We are comprised of 19 homes. We have been there since 2005 with the understanding of commercial, and we were okay with that. We are a separate development from Fall River West. Fall River West was not a downgrade or a downsize in homes as suggested by the applicant. We are separate. We are against these 8-plexes for so many reasons. Mainly, they're not compatible with our 2 neighborhoods. The county assessor has been asked and has told us that we are high-end neighborhoods and that this will, if they're built, they will decrease our home values. The footprint is huge on these as opposed to the little lots they're going to sit on. It puts them practically in the backyard of these people, of about 12 homes, I believe. They will be on top of them. They can see in their houses. They can see in their backyard. A lot of these people have small children. It's going to increase the noise. It's going to increase the traffic. If you put 40 apartments in that small area and then you add 10 acres of Hayden Homes that they're going to build at the northeast corner there, can you imagine what the traffic's going to be? Then there's the impact on the schools, the fire department, the police department, which is already way below minimum staffing. We can't get an officer out there half the time if we need one. It's scary. You know, it's, planning and zoning has already twice proposed, has already recommended twice to deny this in the last 6 years. It's our understanding that they don't comply or substantially conform to a conditional use permit. And by rejecting this tonight, you won't be putting Biltmore out of business. They just need to go back to the drawing board and figure something else out. So thank you.
Thank you. The next person, we have Mark Ike Basin. I don't know if I'm saying that name.
There's me. I live in Spring Valley, and Lori covered it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Frank Steelman.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Frank Steelman. I live at 924 South Spring Valley Drive in the Fall River West subdivision. I'm here in opposition of the proposed modifications in the zoning and the reinstating of the conditional use permit package of the area that is abutting to the west property line of the homes on Spring Valley Drive. In regards to the state statutes 67 and I can go on with all the numbers, but the Planning and Zoning Commission has rejected these modifications and have more closely followed the provisions of the statutes not to violate private property rights or adversely affect property values. The proposed structures, regardless of how they can be dressed or managed, will have a huge footprint and are not capable or compatible with the surrounding area. There is no room for an adequate barrier between the existing properties and the new structures. The area was designed for businesses that would look similar to the ones in the corner of the Dallin Woods subdivision. And any change in the zoning status or reinstatement of the prior conditional use permit, which is long expired, would require the existing homeowners to bear part of the burden of the new structures due to the loss in the property values in the area, and it would violate the rights and expectations of the area and the privacy and the views of the existing homes that are along those property lines. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Nichols.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jason Nichols. I live at 1003 South Spring Valley Drive. That would be one of these lots that would be directly on the other side of the fence of the proposal here. I would just like to publicly acknowledge that I'm opposed to this request for the reasons that we've talked about. I have small children, 3 small kids at home, 6 and under. I feel like it would be an intrusion on our privacy. I don't think they're compatible with the rest of Fall River and Spring Valley. So for those reasons, I'm opposed to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I ask him a quick question? So are you directly behind the first 3?
So this would be the first 3, correct?
I've heard that there's 12 houses that may be affected directly behind. How many, I guess, are on, regarding the first 3 complexes, and any idea on that? Maybe you're not the person to ask.
Yeah, maybe I'm not. As far as I know, it would be at least, I don't know, 5, 6 houses?
So about half of them, but you're one of those half, is
Yeah.
what I'm hearing. Okay,
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Rick Reed?
Good evening, everyone. My name's Rick Reed. I live at 1215 South Spring Valley Drive. That's for you. She's coming up.
You go and stand with him.
Anyway, I just wanted to reiterate what has been said here tonight, that this is not compatible with the area. It's not what we were told when we moved into the Napa area. We originally were on the other side of the state. Came to this side for the weather. It's totally different. All we have ever heard was that that was going to be commercial property, buildings behind us. Felt that we could live with that because there's going to be time limits usually for businesses that are doing business there. And, you know, half the people are at work. It's not really going to be an issue. But when you have apartments there, it's a 24-hour a day job. People will be coming in and out all times of the day, let alone if these people that move into these apartments have kids, where are they going to go after school? There's nothing around that area to play. You know, and kids, they love to be mischief. The next thing you know, you're going to end up with vandalism. You know, the litter, just anything and everything that could go wrong will go wrong. I've been in the situation before in California where we had a house built, same thing happened. You know, apartments went up. I don't think they were as nice as these might be, but that's just my recollection from years ago. So I just want to put in my 2 cents that I'm opposed to this, and I hope that you guys will take into consideration our points of view and understand where we're coming from. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria?
Yes.
And go ahead and state your name and your address again.
My name is Maria Reed, and I live at 1215 South Spring Valley Drive, also in Nampa. And we've owned our home since 2014. Today, I'd like to talk to you about the compatibility about the housing and apartments in our neighborhood. And the issue's been has been brought in front of the Planning and Zoning Committee at least for 6 years. After our homeowners in this area have fought, saying that the apartments were, 1, not part of the disclosures given to realtors or homeowners for that property, and 2, that it is such small lots to put these massive buildings on. We chose to live in a commercial area due to the fact that we know that most businesses will close at 6 o'clock. So by the time we come home, basically, there's quiet. Of course, there'll always be businesses that will close a little later, but they're not as massive, basically, as the apartments. Apartments were never mentioned when we bought our property. This has been fought prior to us buying our home back in 2014. Why weren't we given disclosures about possible apartment notices that they were going to build apartments? I think I speak for all the residents and even the daycare and the businesses that we were never given any type of information saying there's a possibility of having apartments in our area.
With research that I've done and conversations with brokers, they are all saying the same thing, that the values of properties will go down. In the paperwork that was submitted to the council, we have received a letter from a local broker, Natalie Filbert, which supports a loss of anywhere from 5 to 10% per property. This complex will reduce any privacy for homes behind the complex. Our small neighborhood would have more traffic, noise, more people traffic. We will also have noise around the clock. And according to the City Datacom website, in a study that was done in 2016, the results for every square mile we have in Canyon County, we have about 359 residents. And per the website, we already have a high number for this report. We are already having an issue of overcrowding with schools, water, community service, and traffic. No environmental impact studies have been done in this area to see how this will impact our area. The apartment complex will just add more to the issue. I would like the City Council to listen to our issue and consider where we're coming from. If you were in our shoes, would you be doing the same thing to protect your home? Apartments are not compatible with our neighborhood, and we are trying to protect our rights for privacy, safety, and property value.
Thank you, Maria. Joanne Vasco.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Joanne Vasco, and I live at 912 South Spring Valley Drive. I'm just going to kind of repeat a little bit what somebody else already talked about. I got my 2000 assessment from Canyon County Assessors, and in about 7 years, it had almost doubled. So I called and I asked, did everybody's go up this much? And it was Kathy at the assessor's office that told me the subdivisions surrounding you didn't go up much at all, but yours did, because we consider Fall River Estates to be a high-end subdivision. Okay, so then I asked her about property values, because I told her what was being proposed right behind our street, the apartments. She said, yes, they would decrease in value, and I said, well, what is that based on? It's based on where they built these other apartments, either across the street from homes, or next to homes, or right next to homes in a subdivision. So that's what they're basing it on. I'm asking that you consider declining this, like planning and zoning did. It's not compatible right behind 12 homes and probably about 100 feet from my front door. It's a high-end subdivision. Apartments are compatible there. I can't resist saying this, so I'm just going to say it. In 2012, when I bought my house, one of the agreements with the developer was that there would never be apartments there. I spent more on my home when I moved to a high-end subdivision so that I wouldn't have to deal with rentals anymore and that I could have a better way of life. So I'm kind of asking that you don't approve it so that our homes don't get devalued. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jim Roth. Following Jim will be Linda Jennings.
Good evening. My name's Jim Roth. I reside on 101 South Spring Valley Drive. I am opposed to these 8 plexes. We are one of the homes that's going to be affected by them, right behind them. This is my partner, Linda. When we bought our house, we had the understanding it was going to be commercial area behind us. They talked about being smaller lots. They are smaller lots. We wanted smaller lots. We're retired, we like to travel, and we didn't want a lot of maintenance. That's why we bought it, but it is an upscale house. These, this just doesn't fit in our neighborhood with what we have there. It might have at one point in time, but with this, all the houses that's been put in there, it's changed the whole picture. So I'd like you to consider declining this, if you would. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Linda Jennings.
Good evening. My name is Linda Jennings, and I reside at 1101 South Spring Valley Drive. When we purchased our home, we really believed that we had found our perfect retirement home and the perfect neighborhood to fit us. There are a lot of retired people there, and then we heard about the apartments. And of course we were upset because in the beginning we were told that it was going to be single level commercial property businesses, coffee shops, lawyers, dentists, whatever. But that didn't, we were okay with that because the infrastructure for that particular design is already in place. The 8-plex apartments have a huge footprint. And with only being 18 feet from my fence, I will not be able to see the western sky. They are so tall. And yes, they have said they will plant trees. I won't be alive to see the full growth of those trees. With the lack of privacy and the added noise and the traffic, it's been very stressful for me. They're just not compatible. Thank you for your time and listening.
Thank you. Jake Burley, you're up next. And following Jake will be Karen Buchholz. I don't know how you say your name, but Jake? Thank you.
My name's Jake Burley. I live at 1203 South Spring Valley Drive. And so our subdivision is a straight road and curves and makes another straight road. And I live right at the curve. So when they say 17 feet, that's not 17 feet from my house. There's not even a tree width between their building, their proposed building, and my backyard. I have two little girls, 7 and 4. And if there's an apartment 5 feet off my back fence, how are we going to use our backyard? How can I ever let them out there and be safe? The privacy will be completely gone. The other thing I'd like to say is that I lived in Nampa my whole life, and this area is growing at an insane rate, back like it was before the recession, and there is no supporting infrastructure. We have a chance to do something right here. We have a chance to give some support to the homes in this area. These are already zoned for commercial. Give it some time. You know, it hasn't been that way. That's because of the recession. Let's do this part of the city right. Let's not make this another area that's just houses and it's completely congested and ruined. I love this city. I love this area. And I'm opposed to these. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen?
I oppose this issue, but I elect not to speak at this time.
Okay, thank you. Kathy Hayton?
Thank you. I'm also choosing not to speak this evening, but I also oppose this.
Thank you, so noted. Leonard? And thank you for stating your name and address.
Leonard Buchholz, 1207 South Spring Valley Drive. Thank you for hearing us, Mayor, Councilman. Couple things. Some of the things have already been stated, but as you can see, we are determined to protect this neighborhood from a number of issues. So we're adamant about halting this. So I think you guys are hearing that, and we certainly ask for that. The apartments being not compatible, we have a great area. It's really nice. And so, you know, what we have is well structured, is well laid out, and hopefully we can continue that. I think apartment complexes will just make it disorganized. It'll be kind of chaotic. Got a little everything just kind of mixed in there. Typically, we see apartment complexes with a large buffer areas between homes, which would be, it's an ideal situation. I think it's reasonable to expect that for us. As you already heard, Planning and Zoning has disapproved these changes on 2 different occasions. The light commercial, yeah, we signed up for that. The other thing is the loss of privacy in the backyards, and I guess there's some pictures that were in here someplace, and I got one here that I can show. But our lot 960, depending which number you look at, is people will be looking directly down into our backyard. Some of the other ones, they'll be looking right down into the patios. And so there's some pictures that they're taken, and it was 17 feet from the property line. What we heard today was 18 feet. Really doesn't change too much, but this is a perspective. And that's a perspective from a second floor on one of the 17 feet back from the lot line on the second floor. And there's some, I think there's some better pictures in the packet, but obviously loss of privacy. I mean, and this is really problematic for us. I mean, obviously, I don't see that a current or future homeowner would want to have this kind of a thing, you know, sitting in their patio, and you got people in the apartment complexes. So obviously, we're asking for you to deny this request, and thank you for hearing us.
Thank you. Stacy Saunders. Thank you. So noted. Chris Flynn.
My name is Christopher James Flynn. I live at 1015 South Spring Valley Drive. The picture you're seeing here is of my home, and this is what I will be losing in this. Now, I moved here from California. I'm a registered nurse, a bachelor prepared nurse working on my master's in nursing. Part of my studies that I'm looking at is in social determinants. And what does social determinants have an effect on a community? This is a rapidly growing community. And these houses I picked very specifically because they were single story. They were in a neighborhood that would be conducive for my 5-year-old daughter as she grows. And that behind their houses was supposed to be commercial lined areas. Losing those areas and losing this is actually bringing back horrific memories from when I lived in California and from what I lost there and everything that was back behind me in my housing, including gunshots, crime. My wife lost her senior student, the day before he graduated. He was shot. And these are the kind of things and the kind of crimes that does come up with apartment living versus the high-end housing limits that are here. I am radically opposed to this, and I really implore you to please take this into consideration, take all our views into consideration, and turn this down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lori Sherrock? Oh, that's right. Okay, so you're done. Thank you. Rick? Okay, so noted. Roberta Hutto? Okay, so noted on the list. Frank Stillman? Are these repeats of, I'm sorry, is Frank, okay. But you already spoke? Okay, so we have some duplicates. I might pull that over and just compare my list real quick. And Jason, I think you already spoke. We got you down twice. Frank down, and Holly Franklin is, Holly, have you already spoken? No, okay.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council, for hearing us this evening. My name is Holly Franklin. I reside at 1414 South Millstream Court in Nampa. I live in Fall River, but my business partner Lindsay and I just built the Garden of Learning, the daycare in the Fall River Business Park. We built at this location because our old location that we were currently at for 10 and a half years had an apartment built right on our playground, about 6 feet away from our playground. And it was not the best experience. So we started looking for a new place to build. I live in Fall River. Most of our clients live in Fall River, Carriage Hill, Hunters Point, right in that near vicinity. So it was a good location for us. We moved from that location, and we're not guessing what it's going to be like. We know what it's like being next to those apartments. We had illegal dumping from tenants that were moving into the apartments, and it was obviously moving boxes, clothes, furniture. We couldn't even use our dumpster because it was overflowing. The parking, they had parking, but unfortunately, they were parking in front of our building. They had people that drove semis for a living, so that was blocking. Our parents couldn't get in or out. We had people that are sitting on their balconies, and obviously they're tenants. They have every right to smoke cigarettes or be allowed out there, but we service approximately about 120 children in our facility. And when they're on the playground, it's not the best circumstance. I mean, I understand that there is a need for apartments. I know that housing is expensive, and I think that there is a need for apartments. I don't think, as a business owner with the understanding of where we were putting our business, and as a resident of Fall River, possibly losing value in my home, I think there's a place for apartments. We definitely need them in our community. I just don't think this is the right location for those apartments. Our parents at our old location were biding their time waiting for our new location. And it would be a sore disappointment, not only to us as business owners, but to all the families that we service, to have those put right in our backyard again. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And then did you want to speak this evening?
Well, my thing too, I'm Lindsay Blass, and I live at 1415 South Heron Drive in Nampa. My thing too was, I was going to ask about the fencing and stuff. That was a big issue with dogs, small dogs, kids. They were coming over, playing in our playground. The animals were coming over, like we said, the smoking. And not only that, the length of time that it takes to build those. You've got contractors and everything coming through there. It's hard enough with the gym, with people coming in and out. But then you've got all that, and they're talking to our kids. So my thing too was the fencing. We had a chain link fence at our other place. We did put up a little better fencing, but it's still, they can come and talk to them. The kids can come. It's just we built that building thinking it was going to be commercial. We were told there was going to be a coffee shop, another dentist office, a hair place, and I know that that was just hearsay, but that's why we built in there, is for that, not for the apartments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alan Turner. Thank you, so noted. Elaine Turner? Is that? Eleanor. Okay, thank you. Rick Scott?
Eric Scott. I live at 1208 South Spring Valley Drive. And by the way, I have a half-acre lot at my house. Just saying. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members, for hearing me out. I am in complete agreement with the planning of the zoning, with the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation to deny these requests. Their decision was the right one in 2012, and it's the right one now in 2018. These apartments are not compatible with the architecture of the neighboring community they would be encroaching on. There are several acres across the intersection of Middleton and Lake Lowell currently being demolished and in preparation for development. Okay, and they're already zoned for multifamily dwellings, in addition to what's right across Lake Lowell. So there's absolutely no justifiable reason for constructing apartments practically on top of our homes. With the rapid growth of Napa and Treasure Valley that they're experiencing, it's very important that we hold a hard line in staying with the plan already in place for our future. We're almost at gridlock on our local streets as it is. The addition of unplanned multifamily dwellings would worsen an already difficult situation. There are statutes in place which support our position and the planning and zoning's findings. We're not asking for anything special. We are asking that you, as our elected officials, do your due diligence and base your decision on what's good for the community in keeping with the statutes and the findings of the Planning and Zoning Commission. This is only one of many reasons for not building these apartments. But building these apartments would be like building Noah's Ark next door. Okay, they would just cast a long, dark shadow. There's no value added here, just a detriment. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Scott? Thank you, so noted. Andrea Beebe?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
A minor thing, but I don't want to forget. Hubert Osborne just sent me a note, and he said he can't hear. He's trying to watch on the...
He cannot hear. Okay, so,
Just a
okay. So can he, is his volume up? I'm not sure. I'm,
Ask him if he has his hearing aid.
yeah.
He can hear volume, but he can't. It's not loud enough for me.
It's not loud enough. Okay, so I don't know what we can do on our side. Are we capturing okay? We're loud, so maybe he just, we'll have to check it with someone else that's watching it and see if it's unique to Hubert. Yeah. Thank you for so noting. Andrea, and thank you for stating your name and address.
Yes. Mayor Kling, City Council members, my name's Andrea Beebe, and I live at 4299 Purcell Road in Marsing. I am here because I have been asked, I've had 4 different requests from people who live in Spring Valley to speak on behalf of a conversation that I had on March 28th. I listed a house at 925 Spring Valley Drive. We got a full price offer in 3 days. That was immediately upon the day the notice of the hearing was received in the mail. The offer was rescinded. A couple of days later, we had another offer, and I received a call from the appraiser who said, "Are you aware that there will be apartments literally 10 feet on the other side of this very fence?" I said, "Yes. I know that that's being proposed, but it's not yet been approved. Therefore, as of right now today, we can't take that into consideration." But he was very adamant in telling me, that it will significantly, were his words, reduce the property values. And I know that's already been stated, and another broker has commented on the same thing, but I have just been asked to come and reiterate that conversation. So thank you.
Thank you. So Jerry, J-A, it's H-A-N-N-I.
Move this picture up there. Mayor, Council, my name is Jerry Haney. I live at 1100 South Spring Valley Drive here in Napa. I want to thank you all for allowing me to speak.
Many subjects have been brought up about these apartments before you tonight, and yes, they're all against it. You know, I want to go back to 2012. I read the transcript and listened to the audio of that 2012 council meeting on this issue that they eventually approved this. And all it did was left me with more questions and doubt, and is that why did the city council go against the planning and zoning back in 2012? It just left a bunch of questions. The conditional use conclusion of law, and it's the evaluation criteria for a conditional use permit. And it, to sum it up, it basically says proposal of a development will be compatible with and will not adversely affect the livability and the value of the appropriate development of the abutting properties. And it goes on to say, you know, the generation of extra traffic, the capacity on the surrounding streets, and other relatively impact of the development. And just to be on the safe side, I met with our attorney to make sure that I understood this law correctly. All right, and yes, the traffic is terrible. We ain't even got these extra apartments or houses in there. It's terrible. But with that being said, yes, the original development was planned out as single-story commercial buildings and did have a consideration of a buffer between the commercial and the residential buildings. The afterthought of these apartments, and I repeat the afterthought because of the downturn of the economy, yes, these apartments don't consider that buffer. And really, 17 feet and a few more trees added is not a suitable buffer between the residential homes and these apartments. And as one person said, maybe in 20 years, that might be. Yes, the planning and zoning has denied these apartments twice. They're too big of a footprint. They affect values. They're not compatible. Compatibility affecting the value is the first obstacle that must be done to get a development agreement or a conditional use permit approved. These apartments are failing on both. And again in 2012, 2018. But I say one final thing. Denying these are not going to put Biltmore out of business. You're giving them an opportunity to come back and do something more in line with the original development plan, and that's more compatible. Thank you. I didn't get to say everything, but that's okay.
Thank you. So that is the last testimony that we have for people that have signed up. Is there anyone in the audience that was here to testify that did not sign up? So is there anyone else here that was intending to testify that did not have the opportunity? Okay, seeing none, then this is when we would have an opportunity for rebuttal from the applicant. So the applicant, this would be your opportunity if you'd like to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council members, again for the record, my name is Kevin Amar. Address is 1548 West Cayuse Creek Drive. I've taken some notes and I've written some questions down that came up, and I'm going to try to address those questions. If I fail to address a question that apparently I didn't write down, just please ask and I'll address that question as well. And I'm going to try to address it in, I guess, a 3-building phase and a 2-building phase, because the appropriateness of this discussion and following plans that have previously been put in place by the city is key to this discussion. Currently, on the 3-building phase, the plan for that property, the zoning for that property, the contract between the city and the property owner, the development agreement for that property, and the specific use for that property has already been established as multifamily units. The project has already been established as 8-plexes. And so those 3 lots, if we're to follow the plan that's previously been put in place, and even more, the contract between the city and the developer that was completed is for multifamily. The question here tonight isn't for the appropriateness of multifamily in that location, because that's already set out in the development agreement. That question came up in 2012 and was addressed. The question we have before you this evening for those 3 lots has to do with the revision of a development agreement and the approval of a conditional use permit so we can complete the contract between the city and the property owner. And the revision to the development agreement, in my opinion, only increases the compatibility between those existing lots in Fall River and the 8-plexes that we are proposing to build rather than the 8-plexes that are already approved to be built or contemplated to be built within the development agreement. And so as we increase those setbacks, granted, we're going from 10 feet to 18 feet, or in one case, 10 feet to 24 feet. It's a significant increase. We're also placing trees in locations because we have that increased setback to shade the neighbors and the future tenants of this from each other looking at each other. And we can plant those trees now, and yes, they will get bigger in 20 years. But they're all going to be bigger than a fence currently. They're all a 10 to 12-foot tree, and it helps. And we know that it'll grow in the future. So as we look at the current footprint that is contemplated in the development agreement versus what we're proposing, the footprint we are proposing and the request for that development agreement amendment is to reduce the footprint compared to what is currently approved in the development agreement for that project. Again, we have a pointer. I don't know which side you want me to go to. This is the property that from where it is currently approved to the fence line is 10 feet. From where we're proposing to the fence line is 24 feet. This allows us to place trees here and further shield that property. Again, we have similar scenarios on these 3 lots. I think this is just the 3 lots. So that is what we're requesting. We know that we're on major travel corridors. That is where it is appropriate to put a higher density use. We do pay impact fees. We do pay for road improvements through those impact fees. And for this project in particular, we have to continue to improve the interior site improvements for the property. We've talked about some of the owners, and I believe the majority of the lots that we're talking to that are adjacent to these, that are directly east, have been built since 2012. And so when the question came up about what was going to be built across the fence line, the multifamily use was already approved at that time. And I was not the original developer. I didn't have anything to do with that. But the question of whether offices were going to be built on these 3 lots or multifamily, that question was answered in 2012. In fact, we can't build offices on those lots currently, not without a modification of a development agreement. We cannot come in and request a construction of office lots for these 3 lots. The development agreement specifically requires us to comply with what's currently in the conceptual plan of the development agreement. So as we look at the phase 2 lots, phase 2, the next 2 lots, that is a request for a conditional use permit. There's not a development agreement that requires types of use in there. We have a conceptual plan. We feel that we want to be harmonious and continue this type of project in this area. We know there's more growth coming. We know that there's more employment coming. And we know that this is a business area that, rightfully so, as you build in business areas, you need types of living for those employees to live in that business area. As I look at a $200,000 home, a $200,000 home requires a monthly mortgage payment, and this was just off of my phone, but principal and interest of a little over $1,000 a month on a $200,000 home. That's simply just principal and interest. That's at a 4.5% interest rate over a 30-year term. So as we're looking at, I told you these units would be renting for $995 a month, $1,000 a month. They're a nice unit. They're not low rent. They're not low income units. They're lived in by people with good jobs and that can afford a rent payment as much as a home mortgage. And for whatever reason, they've decided that they would rather rent than have a mortgage. And part of that could be because it's hard to find a $200,000 home, not only in the Treasure Valley, but certainly in Nampa. So the request this evening, and we'll put up two of them, if we can flip to the last slide, Jer. The request this evening on phase one, the 3 lots, is an approval of a conditional use permit, so we can build what is required, what the contract states between the city and the landowner. Changing the development agreement from comply to substantially conform. And again, we can even change it further, and we can be more restrictive, and we can put the elevations we're proposing tonight and the landscape plan that we're proposing tonight, the types of finishes that we're proposing tonight. So this body can be assured that we are going to do what we're saying we're going to do. And so that's the request for the three building phase. The request for the 2 building phase, again, that is for a request of a conditional use permit for the construction of what we've talked about. And we definitely feel that it is compatible. As we look at a compatibility matrix, transitioning from residential to medium density residential to high density residential to a commercial use is a seamless transition of compatibility. So when asked, are we compatible with the neighborhood? This is compatible with the neighborhood. This is compatible with transition. I appreciate your time this evening. Be happy to answer any other questions that you'd have.
The Mayor Kling.
Victor?
Mr. Amar, you keep referring back to the 2007 approval by the City of Nampa on the development agreements of that subdivision, or that area in the apartment complex, I'll call them for right now. Since then, it's changed from 4 to 2 or whatever. But each time that they were before the planning and zoning, as of 2012, if I recall, till now, they've been denied. So are we bound by, is the council bound by what was agreed to back then, where it's been denied? I would think you'd want to change that drastically to fit within that neighborhood or fit within the land use. Am I wrong here? I mean, I'm just trying to understand.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Rodriguez, so it was in 2012 when there was an ordinance passed and a development agreement approved that council has the ability to bind landowners and I guess itself in this case. And I'm not an attorney and I'm not trying to play attorney, but in this case, we are bound by that development agreement. We are bound to construct what is in that development agreement, and it's Ordinance 4020. And it was approved by City Council. Planning and Zoning is a recommending body, as I understand it, and City Council has the authority to approve or deny a project. So Planning and Zoning may have done something. They may have made a recommendation now. I believe one of the problems that Planning and Zoning in their recommendation now didn't understand is we are bound by that agreement. There is an agreement in place that binds the use of this, at least the 3 lots.
Victor, could we ask legal to,
Yes,
because,
I was going to do that too.
okay, perfect.
Yeah, Mayor and Council. A development agreement is recorded against the land itself. So the parties, even though there's a new developer, is still bound to that current development agreement that's recorded against the land. However, the council has the ability, as Robert has stated and in his staff report outlined pretty well, to modify that contract because we are a party to that contract. So we can make changes to that agreement as the council wishes to do.
Okay.
And the development agreement is a council decision that doesn't really have much to do with planning and zoning. They can make a recommendation, but the CUP does go through planning and zoning first and then comes to council. So you kind of have to look at the 2 things a little bit differently, and development agreements are based on the council's wishes.
Okay, good, thank you.
Madam Mayor, just a point of clarification to make sure I understand. That development agreement, I believe it can be changed by City Council, but not unilaterally. Just as the other party, there's 2 parties to that development agreement, a developer and the city, and neither side can unilaterally change a development agreement. Is that?
Yes, Mayor and Council, it's like any contract that you would agree to. Both parties have to agree to amend or modify an agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I have a couple of questions. How many parking lots have you set aside per apartment unit?
A little over 2.5 parking stalls per unit.
Okay, and then I didn't see where dumpsters were located. And how many dumpsters do you have set aside per?
Currently for this project, we have two dumpsters, two dumpster enclosures. They're 12 by 12 enclosures, so the size can be, we can add other dumpsters if necessary. The dumpster enclosures, if you go to the site, Jer, you can correct me if I'm wrong. That. So, I believe there's one in this location.
Okay.
Jeremy?
We had talked about putting them at island out at the end of the garage.
Out here?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
The landscape. Yes.
So there's a dumpster in this location?
So they back up to the garage.
So it's near that garage, this is a garage in this area. So there's a dumpster in this location and a dumpster in this location.
Okay. And then another question had to do with the, you mentioned a $200,000 value comparison, but what's the home value of the surrounding properties?
I looked at Zillow and I saw homes in there from, there was only a couple. Zillow will only tell you either things that are for sale or have recently sold. And there was a $224,000 price and there was a $274,000 price. And so, it's Zillow, so I don't know how magic in the sky works and they find out that information.
Okay, I know the home values in Fall River are much higher than that. I can't speak to the entire area, but then.
Those were directly abutting, those were in
Okay.
these areas.
And then I have another question about the company that would be managing the apartments.
There's a single management company for all the apartments.
And what company is that?
Currently, we've selected Home River, I guess now. Park Place Property Management or Home River.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So council, are there any other questions? We are still in an open public forum. So this would be a time to ask any questions that you might have of our applicant. Otherwise, I would stand for a motion to close.
Madam Mayor, Kevin, have you had a chance to go back and look at the rationalization that the city council had in 2012 to approve this, the 8-plex buildings in relation to what what the Planning and Zoning Department was seeing in opposition?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, I don't know exactly how to answer that question.
Okay.
Do I know the rationalization for the approval? No, I don't. I do know that at that point, council felt like it was the appropriate use, and they did approve it, and it has been approved for this use, but.
Well, that's where my confusion was coming from, was we did hear tonight a lot of testimony that the folks were thinking that they were going to have medical office buildings or whatever and adjacent to them, but a lot of them have spoken that their home occupation was from 2012 on, like you stated, which would have given them the ability to know that they were going to be 8-plex buildings potentially built here. The fact that the project wasn't completed by Steve Cope obviously doesn't belay the fact that that's what was originally approved, and that was what City Council had decided, even if they were overriding the Planning and Zoning Department's decision at that point. Same thing that we're seeing tonight, that Planning and Zoning isn't recommending approval, but yet we're being asked to approve it, or at least allow the conditional use permit to be re-upped, or whatever you want to call it. So that's what I'm working with in my mind, is the context behind the original decision to allow it at the city council level, but deny it at the planning and zoning level, if there was any rationalization by city council that made more sense. So, but you don't have that.
Not that I could see.
All right, thank you. My only other comment would be, for 15 years, that property has remained vacant because the free market has not saw the need for commercial development in there. It's a tougher area to try to develop something because it's internal properties and not on the perimeter where you would normally see commercial development, because the visibility would be better. So transitional housing, whether it's a live-work type of a setup or a little higher density, I think has been stated that normally that is a transitional buffer between commercial and residential development as I've seen it across the valley.
So Mayor, if I may, and this may be a Robert or may end up being a legal question. So, Robert, as far as my understanding, there again, clarification. So lots 20, 21, and 22 are currently multifamily zoning. Lots 23 and 25, the second phase of this, are currently BC. Is that my understanding? So as far as whether legal or Robert, if this 20, 21, and 22 are denied, then Biltmore, this party can come back and apply for a different type of zoning, a BC or whatever. Is that clear, or is that correct or not correct? Because I understand now they currently cannot do, anything other than multifamily dwelling on lots 20, 21, and 22.
Mayor, Councilman Bruner, the applicants are free at any time, if a decision is rendered negatively in this case, to come back and apply for something different and propose that to the city in the way of a new development agreement modification and perhaps a conditional use permit as needed.
Okay. Thank you.
If there are no other questions for the applicant, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, opportunity for discussion. Council?
I will just open discussion. I won't make a motion at this point in time. It always concerns me when, I'm not to anything detrimental or derogatory towards previous council, but it always, when you're an investor and willing to invest in an area, and you are told in 2012, or once you do purchase the property, that you're allowed to do multifamily, and then all of a sudden it's denied. That's a concern. The other edge sword is we have a community here of 12, looks like maybe 5 to 6 houses if 23 and 25 were not approved, which I will say right now, I'm totally would not approve 23 and 25. My personal question is 20, 21, and 22. And, but of these homes, and realtors, I guess that's the other thing, and there again, I don't want to be in a lecturing mode, but why, if this was approved multifamily in 2012, realtors and whoever are telling prospective home buyers that there would be light industrial offices and so on going in there. I mean, that's, to me, totally not ethical. And I guess if anybody can explain that to me, how that happens, yes. Well, that's up to the mayor, whether what she want to protocol. It's discussion right now, so.
Close public hearing.
Unfortunately, we closed the public hearing, so I apologize, but I do need to stick with my, the rules.
I submitted a letter on that to you.
Yes, which was provided to council.
So let
So
me just
council did,
finish with,
yes.
I will listen to the other council members. Let me again disclose, I will not vote in favor of 23 and 25. I'm undecided on the other 3. I will listen, though, at this point in time.
Thank you, Councilman Bruner. Here's the thing that I am concerned about, and number one is when the land use is not compatible to not just the neighborhood, but in the entire area of that community, then I would think about several issues within that. How does it affect those already in their homes who've invested in their homes for that particular area, which is a beautiful area and it's a quiet area? And now to affect the property values, that's just unheard of to me. I just don't like that. Now, the other thing is that we've already heard one individual, one lady that said that she lost a sale of her home because of those. So they are definitely being affected. But the other thing is the traffic. It's atrocious all over in Nampa. We know that, and we're trying to fix it. But at this time, that little old Middleton Road and Lake Lowell, oh my gosh, it's just amazing. And I know that Tom Points and our civil engineer people are trying to get it worked out. But, gosh, I just can't approve this.
Comments or a motion?
Mayor,
Sandy?
when I'm listening to the discussion tonight, I really appreciated Councilman Haverfield asking about the decision of 2012 by the council, because I believe that that's something important foundationally that we should know or have known. And I want to talk to the developer first and say thank you for making the concessions that you have made, and the development is a nice-looking development. When I look at it, though, I have to think, is it too drastic of a transition for the neighborhood and surrounding areas? As he did point out, the property to the north has been approved for multifamily, or it will be being approved for multifamily. So that kind of conflicts with what I want to say. But going back to the multifamily, unfortunately, there is a stereotype. Whenever we hear of apartments going up, we automatically jump to conclusions. I personally have seen many beautiful apartment complexes in other areas where they have been what we would unfortunately say high-quality type people with professional jobs live there. They take care of their things, they make that investment, and we appreciate that. So we have to really be careful about stereotyping before we make a decision. I do look at the fact that our existing homeowners did purchase their property with the understanding that it was going to be business commercial. As Councilman Bruner said, if this was known as of 2012 and people have purchased their homes since then and they were being told for whatever reason that it was still going to be business commercial, that's another thing that we need to look into as to why that was being done. The existing property owners do raise some very legitimate concerns. This is an investment that they have made, and they're expecting their homes to hold value. So by approving the multifamily living next to their homes, what is that going to do? We've been given testimony that the assessor themselves have said that it's going to negatively affect the value of their homes. And so I kind of look at the fact that we have existing homeowners there already that have made the investment. So do we owe it to them to help them hold the value of their property? I've been trying to look and see, why did planning and zoning deny this? And they denied it twice. Again, it goes back to the council thing. Why did the council then approve it in 2012? Had the neighborhoods, the neighbors who already had existing homes come forward to us and rallied around support, and that would have been a whole different thing, and I would have been thinking in a different vein, but they didn't do that. And because they are existing homeowners, I'm going to have to look at their existing property rights, but I also respect the fact that the developer has property rights, and you as a developer, sir, have worked within the confines of what you knew. And so this is really a confusing thing, so I hope that you all appreciate the fact that this is not a black and white, cut and dry situation, because there's confusion all around, and we have to make a decision. So, thank you.
Is there any other further comment?
Go ahead.
Don't be bashful, Randy.
Okay.
I'll just put you right on the spot, whether you wanted to or not. What would you like to share?
Regardless of what we do, we're always on the opposite side of something with someone, depending on who it is you're supporting or not supporting, or finding the merit or the lack of merit in a decision that was made. Councilman Bruner made a comment about the council in 2012 and the wisdom behind the decision that they made to approve the request, whether or not that should have been that way or not. I have a tendency to feel that we're kind of obligated by our ancestors, I guess, as we move forward, to look at the merit behind the decisions they make, to make sure that we're not tripping over something that we're missing. In looking at the decision by Planning and Zoning Commission, as liaison to the Planning and Zoning Commission, I find myself in a position where I have to try to defend our decisions that we make, and they will question me why we're not following their lead in some cases. But in this case, I believe that, like Councilman Bruner mentioned, the first 3 lots were already given approval for 8-plex buildings. I would not have a concern about honoring that original intent. The request to add the additional lots, I think I would be more in favor of seeing those stay as commercial lots at this point. So it's not a motion, but it's just my thoughts.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Fellow council members, it's nice to be last once in a while. I found Mr. Steelman and Mr. Haney's testimony interesting to me and persuasive, as along with the others. And I don't know why the decisions were made in 2012, but there are elections and there's new people, and we have good evidence in front of us to make a decision one way or the other tonight. I find that it's not a good fit to the neighborhood. Some people say it's not in my backyard, that's a bad thing. I understand that. I'm a not in my backyard guy, and I had my backyard messed up by a 2-story development. It does harm your values of the homeowner, but also there's a privacy issue. The pictures I saw of looking down into the backyard may be off a couple of feet, but that does destroy all privacy of your backyard to have somebody looking down in your backyard like that. There's no way that's going to help the property values or the neighborhood. So I would be in opposition, and to just get things moving, I will make the motion to deny both.
I'll second that.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to deny the appeal on both items, action item 31A and B. Is there any further discussion?
Madam Mayor, if anything, I would encourage the developer, depending on how this vote goes, to continue. Obviously, we want to see development happening there. Nothing's been happening for the last 15 years, but if we can still encourage you to seek another way, maybe not, to move forward with the project in a different form.
You know, and I would like to state that as mayor, I try to defer to council and not really take positions, but I have to say, I just spent a year in an apartment that looked very similar to these, that was brand new, and I saw the challenges that were there. And so for me, I would have a hard time supporting an apartment going in because it isn't a positive environment. However, we have an incredible need for patio homes. There can be some beautiful transition properties that we really need in our community. We need transitional living. We need the 0 lot lines. I think that there would be some single level, I mean, I could point you to some that are beautiful, that would be the right level to transition, and with the growth that we have coming in our community, there's a huge need for them. I mean, I could show you just some pictures of some wonderful transition properties that would be a great transition in this neighborhood right there that I think would be very compatible. The cost of building them, you don't have the same revenue that you have in an 8-plex, but you also don't have some of the challenges that you would be facing. And my guess is they'd be very compatible, and it would also be profitable to you as a developer. I feel for developers that have invested, because you have to make money on your investment, and that's why you did it. And so I so respect that, and I want to see that happen. At the same time, having just come from an apartment, I can totally understand what they're saying, and that's why I ask you the questions, from parking to dumpsters to all of those challenges, because I've lived in it during my pause in getting into our home. And so it's a very real concern, especially too, and I will say Meridian City Council before has absolutely said the private management company that you have, that they've designated as part of a stipulation. And if we were to move forward, I would probably do that, because the maintenance of those apartment complexes are very, very important. So I encourage you to come back with something that's a little bit different, but I think the need is great, and I think it would sell quickly. So, yeah.
Between the city and myself. And at this point, the city's breaking their side of the contract.
So we'll have to come back and address that. So, Anyway, that said, okay, if you'd like to respond to that.
Mayor and council, I can just make a quick comment to that. I think that would definitely be true had there not been a condition in the original contract tying it to the original developer. So with that condition in the contract, it ties that development to Steve Cope, is that his name? Steve Cope making that development. So had that condition not been in the contract, then I think that that's definitely true that we could be violating. But since that is a term of the contract and Steve Cope is not the one developing, then that condition kind of
And then what about
shows
the
contract.
expiration? Is that play a role?
I'm not sure what the term is on the development
It doesn't,
agreement.
okay.
Mayor Kling?
Okay, yes.
So Maren, what happens if the original developer comes back in with the same request?
Mayor and council, that would be the development agreement that we have that has already been approved, that's in place and recorded against the land. So that would be a development agreement that we would have to
So-
follow unless we agree with the two parties to change that contract.
Okay, so if they choose not to change the language, and we choose to we deny their CUP or whatever request, does that put us at risk then at that point?
If Steve Cope were to want to develop the land, yes.
Okay,
But he could come back, that would be he could come back and request, right?
Sure, I mean, we
Steve,
just
if
have
you
to
did.
follow whatever terms are in the agreement. That's a two-party agreement. So there are obligations on the part of the developer, and there are obligations on the part of the city. One of the obligations on the part of the developer in this particular development agreement, and Robert can correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the obligations was the understanding that Steve Cope would develop the land. I don't know why the council put that condition in there. I'm not sure what the rationalization was for that, but since that is a term of the contract, that's not being done, that's an obligation on the other party for them to have that be done. So as long as the city is following their obligations under the contract, then there's no risk.
Okay.
so Mayor Kling, Maren, so he would have to go back through the same process of planning and zoning back to us then, filing a brand-new application? If
Mayor
you,
and council, that might be a Robert question. If it's under the terms of the development agreement that has already been approved, the zoning is not being changed.
right,
The formality would be the approval of the CUP. I think that would be the only remaining issue, and Robert's nodding, so
okay,
that's true.
thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. So we have had a motion, it has been seconded, this has been the discussion. If there's no further discussion, we'll call for the vote.
Haverfield?
The motion was to deny both.
Yes.
I will support the motion.
Levi?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Okay. So that concludes our public forums.
Mayor,
So, yes.
point of personal privilege, may we take a break, please?
Yes, we may take a break, and then we will move into the next section, which is new business. I may leave unfinished business till the end, but we'll take a 5-minute break.
avoid that. But yeah, I mean, if you come in and review the contract, our staff is super helpful. Like I said, it's just that one term in the contract that would even it up. Otherwise, I think you guys would be full compliance and this would have to comply. So if there was a reconsideration involved, I think you would on your side.
I've got them getting this point. I know. All that white hair. I didn't recognize numbers. Crazy, kind of like this guy.
Really odd.
See you, Kevin.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. We can go through the agenda a couple of different ways.
President. We did? Yeah, it's quite a few.
I tell you what I think we're going to do. I think we're going to go through new business first, and then we're going to come back to old business. And I'd like to go to action item number 20, 21, 22, and then 23. So let's start with action item 20, which is, this is authorizing the mayor to sign the Nampa Municipal Airport Taxi Lane Pavement Construction Agreement for Taxi Line C4 extension with Mad River LLC.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Skog? Skog?
Hold on, let me get that. My computer's warming up.
Okay.
You didn't,
It's a municipal airport issue.
didn't read that.
Yes.
That was a, okay.
Levi?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay, action item number 21. This is to authorize the mayor to sign the Nampa Municipal Airport Land Lease Agreements and Memorandums of Lease for recording with Mad River LLC for lots 2018, 2020, 2022, and 2024.
So move.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Skog?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
I would like to say, Julie is with us tonight. Thank you for investing in our community. Thank you for building. We appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, item number 22. Let's go back to the CDBG funding decision. We can pull our paperwork back out for that. And Robin, thank you for walking us through the next phase. While you're setting up, Robin, just a quick question. Have there been any changes to what your the committee recommendation was for this portion?
Yeah, Mayor, Council, first we need to go back to the public service. We have two proposed motions that we need to add for the public service portion.
Okay.
One that is written in the memo is to amend the program year 2018 guidelines to state if public service application is funded that generates program income, the city will limit the allocation to public service of 14%. So that's the first one. And then we need to amend the CDBG application guidelines also on page 8 to address that we are going to fund organizations that are, quote, not in good standing. So we can add to that portion where it says if currently a City of Nampa CDBG recipient grantee must be in good standing, or, this is the part will be added, working with city staff to remediate monitoring findings or concerns.
Is that a motion?
So those are the two things that we'll need to address for the public service in order to move forward with the funding recommendation or funding motion that was put forth earlier in the meeting.
Thank you. So is there a motion?
I would make a motion, but I
To
can't
approve
repeat
what she
everything
just
that,
stated.
yeah, everything that you just said.
And I'll second that.
Okay, any further discussion?
So that's a combined motion for both those items? Okay.
Yeah, just to support those motions.
Yes.
Okay,
Here we've got up. Okay, so.
we're going to do a roll call?
Yes.
Okay, so roll call?
Skog,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes?
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll move to the community projects portion, which was part of your memo. The community portion, community projects portion, again, was ranked by the review committee by the projects, by the specific projects, and those are listed in the order that they were scored by the review committee. And you'll see in the left column in the request amount that we are negative. We're in the negative for the amount requested and the amount that we have available to fund. But the caveat to that is that in earlier City Council, you have heard from Beth that there are unallocated funds from previous years that can be reallocated to be used for the 2 city park projects that are not able to be funded with the current allocation for fiscal, or sorry, for project year, read this out, program year 18. So we could fund the remainder of the projects, the parks projects with that funding. So the proposed motion would be to allocate CDBG funds for program year 2018 as outlined in Matrix 1 for CDBG administration and community projects, and reallocate unused funds from previous program years to fund the Kings Road Playground and fully fund the remainder of the East Side and Roosevelt Park ADA sidewalks project. So there's a remainder of funds of $128,000 that can be $128,353.35 that are unallocated at this time.
Mayor?
Mayor Kling, if I could make a motion on that already?
Yes, Sandy, do you have a question?
Yes, please.
Let's
Yes.
refer to the question, thank you.
Would someone be able to refresh my memory? It seemed like a few months back that there was a suggestion by someone, I don't recall the specifics, about taking some of the CDBG funds for downtown for the Van England apartments to update the outside. And I don't remember what was discussed, if it was decided, and how would that affect or could that be used in this area? And perhaps Beth knows.
I do have a small update, and I'm not sure part of the question, I'll see if I answer this for you, Councilwoman Levi, is that the current standing of the Van England project is that they've tried to have contractors come out and do a bid for taking down the facade, putting in new windows on that project, but they're having a very difficult time getting contractors to come and do a bid because of the competitive housing construction work environment we're in. So they're trying to get somebody to come do a bid.
A further question, please? Were those funds part of the remaining funds from previous years?
Mayor, Council, the original, when I came before you, before Robin started with that potential concept, those were part of the remaining funds. However, we do feel like we have some other projects that we're working to get closed up right now that will have additional remaining funds left over. And we also still have a 2016 facade grant that we could roll into utilization for housing, and would need council approval to make that change. But so we do have some other opportunities if they decide to move forward with that project.
So the owners of Van England wouldn't be surprised all of a sudden if we were to use those funds otherwise, because there would be funds available to them? And that would be communicated to them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, just a question. When we had the presentations, there was some discussion on the price for the Family Justice Center for the installation, sound installation. And I did not do any inquiry. Did Councilman Haverfield or anyone do an inquiry as far as on that bid for that amount, for that installation?
No, I
Okay.
did not.
And so my second follow-up question, if I may, then, is if there is a change, say, in even location, or something happens with Family Justice Center in the future, and I take it is this something that is planned to be done right away?
Right, so they would have this, they'll work on construction. Their timeline that they had in the application was over the next year.
Within the next year? Okay,
We currently have held their current project, though, pending some further discussions.
okay.
And so,
That's my, I just don't want to spend money if they're,
That's
even
right.
though it's CDBG, it's still money. It's,
correct,
yeah, so,
correct.
okay.
Okay, so I will make a motion to move over $128,353.35 unused funds over to the public sector of funding.
So,
I'm not understanding that.
So-
Public
Yeah.
sector.
yeah,
Well, public,
it's,
what-
yes.
what do you call it?
Yeah, Councilman Rodriguez, so we wouldn't need the full 128,353. We would need 72, of the 128,353, we would need 72,828 to fully fund the remainder of the
Oh, okay.
projects.
Okay, so I'll amend my motion, and we'll go with the 72,000 number. How's that?
Sounds good. Thanks.
Okay,
Second.
Question.
okay, discussion, thank you.
So if I understand what you were saying, we were looking at a maximum available 20% cap on the first line item, CBDG administration. So we're looking at $165,804
Right, that's the max.
and 80
available.
cents. And then on the total community and housing request, we're looking at $633,789.
Correct,
Okay, so that's the motion then, is to fund up to those levels?
correct.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
So, we've had a motion, we've had a second. That is discussion on one item, and that was the allocation to move the funds. So is everybody clear on that particular motion? Okay, roll call?
Haverfield,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
And at this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the community housing request as it was stated.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion? Roll call?
Scott,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Then do we need a motion on the admin, or is that just a given?
No, that was part of the motion that,
Okay.
yeah, part
So
of
we're done.
Matrix 1, yes.
Do you have everything you need?
Yes, I do have
Awesome.
everything you need.
Thank you for your work. Thank you for the work of the committee. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we did pretty good this time. We didn't totally change it, right?
Except for me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, item number 23 on the agenda is action item. It is an action item, and this is to authorize the police department to apply for grants, for a grant to fund an additional victim witness coordinator. And Brad Daniels is here. If you would like to speak to it, I would recommend that we do it.
It's a 100% free money, correct, Madam Mayor?
Right.
Is that correct? 100%, yes.
I'll move that we authorize the grant application.
Second.
Any discussion?
So Brad, you don't want to talk at all, right?
Well, actually, he just woke up, so I don't know what.
Right. I'm glad you know which agenda item we're on, so, okay.
Okay, roll call.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Scott.
Yes.
Okay, so now that we've gotten through new business, we're actually going to go back. And I just did that just to allow a couple people to leave if they needed to. We're going to go to staff communications. Michael?
Yes, Mayor and Council, just a couple of things. Get some folks to help me come down a little bit. Public Works, what we've been doing mostly, as probably seen from some of the complaints. We've been completing our chip seal. So as far as we are so far, we've got all the chips are down. Chips are down. I said that 3 times today. Okay. We've completely laid all the chips. We're in the sweeping mode. Hopefully if the weather turns sunny, we can get the fog seal down, and then we'll be striping around mid next month. So that's the biggest thing that we've got going right now. I've presented a couple of times some grant reports, and I thought at this time I'd give Tom an opportunity to talk about, give more detail on where we've been going with our federal grants and some of the good work that we've been doing through the group.
Evening, Mayor, Council. So we got some good news. Wanted to give us some report on some federal grants. So back on May 2018, we came and we reported some grants that we got for some bike and ped and strategic initiatives for Lihad Drain and Greenhurst and Greenhurst and Sunnyside signalized intersection. And since then, we've gotten 3 more. And these are pretty big ones. That we got this one from ITD, the freight program. It's Franklin, 3rd and Industrial Realignment. So it's pretty congested around this interchange and with people trucks trying to get out of industrial. So, and also 3rd here. So we're proposing to build a new route and move the intersection away from the, and we're looking at routes that will have the least amount of impact on property owners. So that's about a $5 million project. That was a big one. The other one that we got from freight was Karcher and Franklin. So this is a 4-way stop now, and we're proposing to put a roundabout there. So, and that's about $1.5 million. So all said and done, I'd say it's probably been a record year for grants. We had $12 million worth of grants that were awarded over a 5-year period from 18 to 22. So, but I also wanted to talk about, since we had all these grants, I wanted to take the opportunity to talk a little bit about grants, how they work, what programs are out there, and some of their limitations as it relates to transportation. So, you know, $12 million is a great, $12 million over 5 years. That's something to be proud of and happy about, for sure. Although we still have a lot more work to do in that regard. So our transportation master plan is showing about $20 million worth of work needed to fund congestion to maintain a level service D for the city. So if we're getting about $3 million a year roughly in grants, we still have $17 million shortfall to find. So there is hope though, because I've been working for workshop number 3 coming up for transportation, and I've actually put down a bunch of numbers on a spreadsheet and came up with a plan that I'd like to show the group and get us funded in 10 years. It'll take a commitment of some funds going that way, but and a combination impact fees. So I want to, in mid-July, I'll be presenting that to the community, see what they think of it, along with several other options. Also, in your packet, I provided this graph. It's a table that I put together, and it lists every type of grant that you could think of, that I could think of, that would come from ITD, from LTAC, VRT, and as far as transportation goes. The two big ones to note are the freight program and the safety program. So both of those are about roughly $9 to $8 million apiece per year for locals. So those are the ones that we've been targeting heavily to try to get funds out of, and we've had good success lately. One thing I want to note is that you can add up all of the funding for the grants for the entire state, and you'll get about $18 million for safety and congestion for the entire state in grants, and about $4.5 million for bike and ped for the entire state. So if you do the math there, Nampa would have to get just about every grant that's available in the state in order to fund our gap, that's not going to happen, right? So grants are very helpful. They're getting us there, but it's just an internal solution to a bigger transportation gap. So one other thing I wanted to let you know was talk a little bit about impact fees, and back in the fall of 2017, I worked with the Impact Fee Committee to maximize the use of impact fees, what we have today, and knowing what we have grants are out there. So if we were just to fund transportation with impact dollars alone, we get about $600,000 a year into that fund. And it takes about $1.5 million to do one intersection, like I was just saying there. So if we were just going to use impact fees on their own without leveraging any other money, it takes about 3 years to fund one intersection with impact fees. So I figured that I could maximize the use of impact fees by using the impact fees towards the grant matches out there. So the 7 cents on a dollar. 7 cents on a dollar is generally what it is for city funds, impact funds, and then 93 cents for federal funds. So by doing that, we actually increased the number of projects we were able to put on the current impact fee list from about $15 million worth over to $30 million. So we've done everything we can with grants and impact fees with the current structure it is right now, but I will be presenting a plan, I believe, that's more sustainable for us. The grants, again, a good option. The other thing to know about grants is they're somewhat reactionary, so we have to wait for something to get congested or unsafe before we go invest in that road. So if we were able to have funding and transportation to do what we would like, we'd be able a little less reactive and more proactive, and we'd be able to target our investments in an area that we would like to have economic growth and keep up with. So there'll be more to come. I decided to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about grants and how they work. And is there any questions I can answer about that?
I would like to say thank you for the work that you're doing. And key to us being able to move forward is having match dollars, as you said, 7 cents on the dollar, so we can leverage those funds and we can move up, as you guys all know, based on the funding, and if we can exceed that match. The other thing that's important is presence. And you're doing a really good job, Tom and Jeff and Michael. Victor sits on the Compass Committee with myself. I also sit on the Executive Committee. And presence at these meetings and working well with ITD and the Compass Board is so imperative to having a voice. And you guys are doing a really good job. Thank you for the work you're doing, because you're keeping us right in the mix, and there's huge competition for these dollars, but you're doing a great job. So thank you for your work.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Michael, did you have anything else on your staff report? Okay, Vicki Chandler, staff report.
Mayor and council,
We discussed this.
I want to come on at 7 o'clock one day.
You're still not done yet.
7 o'clock in Maui. You're okay.
There you go.
Okay, I can be fast. I just want to give you an update on our Tyler project. June 4th was our go-live date in Tyler after about a year and a half of planning. And we had a Tyler expert come on board for about 3 weeks around that date. She had a hose of water to put out fires. I'm happy to report it was not a fire hose, but a water garden hose. And we were scurrying around here for all of those 3 weeks. And finally I said, what's an update? Where are we? And she said, this project is so successful. I said, what? She said, bills are getting paid, people are putting in requisitions, approvers are approving things, everything is going through the pipeline, it's just going through slowly. But she said, it's really a successful implementation, I'm thrilled. And we were all surprised by that analysis because we just saw the fires, but they were small fires. They were bumps and bruises, or changing the analogy. But I wanted to give you that update because about 3 years ago, or more perhaps, when we started talking about this project, we called this project the Streets of City Government. And we knew we were running slow, and if we were going to develop any efficiencies, we needed to improve the streets of our city government. What I love about this project is that there were plenty of naysayers as we started down this road, and there were people who, along the way and right up until the go live, were just certain we were going to crash and burn. And now we find the end users who are very excited about it. They're saying, how can we start to do more that they see available as opportunities to develop efficiencies, things that we were describing as far as how we could change the way that we do business. They're now on board and they're ready to say, yeah, we agree with you. Now we're getting ready to implement HR, which is a really big deal. It's a very heavy project, heavy lift, as was finance. And the reason it's such a big deal is because 80% of this project is out of the box, but 20% is work that has to be done behind the scenes. And the team is tired and has been working long days and weekends, and there's been a really big lift to it. But it is successful so far. You will maybe hear of some of the bumps and bruises, perhaps even outside of city government. It's been rather obvious to some, but we are fixing those things, and it's been a successful project so far. We're also going to be upgrading shortly, and that will allow us to move on with phases 3 and 4. There's no rest for the weary in this project. We just get to keep moving forward. I do want to thank you for your support of the project. I think it is moving us in the direction that we need to go, and we're going to finish the project within the budget and actually within the timeline, likely. It's a little bit early to say that. We still have probably another year and a half to go. So it's a long haul, but the first signs are very good. Any questions or comments?
Good report.
Great, awesome.
Thank you, Vicki. Okay, moving on to item number 15 on the agenda, unfinished business. This is an action item. This is the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to IL for self-storage at 908 West Karcher Road for civil site works representing Charles and Carmela Ham. And there is a request to pass this under suspension of rules.
An ordinance determining that certain lands commonly known as 908 West Karcher Road, comprising approximately 4.88 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the city limits of the city of Nampa, County of Canyon, State of Idaho, and that said lands should be annexed into the City of Nampa, Idaho as part of the IL zone, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be part of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Nampa, Idaho, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, providing an effective date, and directing the clerk of the City of Nampa to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Would look for a motion.
Make a motion to pass the preceding ordinance as read with the suspension of rules.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Skog,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Item number 16, this is the first reading of ordinance for vacation of the 40-foot right-of-way running south 628.62 feet from Wagon Road along the eastern boundary of Canyon County parcel R2470500, and vacation of the westerly 110 feet of the 40-foot right-of-way of Wagon Road traversing Canyon County parcel R2470500 for Matt Schultz of Schultz Development, representing Rocky Mountain District Christian Missionary Alliance, and there is a request to pass this under suspension of rules.
an ordinance of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, vacating a portion of that certain 40-foot right-of-way running south 628.62 feet from Wagon Road along the eastern boundary of the parcel currently identified as Canyon County Parcel 2470500, and vacating a portion of the westernly 110 feet of that certain 40-foot right-of-way traversing said parcel in line with Wagon Road in Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map accordingly, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
would entertain a motion to
So moved with suspension of rules.
Second.
discussion. Roll call.
Skog,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Item number 17 is the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RS7 at 0 Ventura Drive for connection to city water for Mahalia. Oh, Victor, would you like to read this name?
I can't find it on my computer.
Okay, it's Theodorus, yeah. And there would be a request to pass under suspension of rules, and I'll see if you can get the name right. If it's in there, maybe it isn't.
Read it.
Oh, good, okay.
An ordinance determining that certain lands lying at the northwest corner of the intersection of Ventura Drive and Greenhurst Road, comprising approximately .413 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the city limits of the city of Nampa, county of Canyon, state of Idaho, and that said lands should be annexed into the city of Nampa, Idaho, as part of the RS7 family residential, with a required property area of at least. Let me cross that part out.
What page is that on?
7,000 square feet. Zone declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be part of the city of Nampa, Canyon County, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city of Nampa, Idaho, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders or parts thereof in conflict herewith, providing an effective date, and directing the city clerk, the clerk of the city of Nampa, to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, state of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Thank you. Victor, would you like to say the name? Did you see it?
Just for the record, this is not a Spanish name.
Oh.
No.
But I'll try it.
Good Italian name.
Mihalia Theodorescu. Is that?
Okay, thank you. So
Not
I would
bilingual,
stand
dude.
for a motion to pass this under suspension of rules.
So moved.
I
Thank
know.
you. And is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion? Roll call?
Skog,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
And as noted on the agenda, there are pending ordinances that are postponed due to lack of supporting documentation, and those are so noted on the agenda. Now we're going to go back into new business, item number 18. This is an action item, and it's authorizing the staff to proceed with demolishing the elevated water tank. Michael? Oh, Jeff.
I'm gonna so move. I read all through that. Unless there's further explanation, I will make the motion.
I have, well, after a second, I'll have
Yeah.
discussion. Is there a second, or do we want?
Second and discussion is expected.
Okay.
Okay. So the discussion that I mentioned to staff this morning was that I heard from a few, just the public commenting that they see the Nampa water tower as an icon and question us demolishing it. And so this morning we talked briefly, and maybe Jeff, you'd like to speak to the cost to paint it and retain it. So needless to say, there is a decision that is needed for water capacity. But the question then is, what do you do with the icon that is there for our community? And do you give community opportunity for input?
Okay, so we conducted the technical analysis, the engineering analysis for this, and there was really those three options of what we could do with the tank. But if we were going to abandon the tank in place and just keep it as an icon, and that would mean that it would remain empty, and we would have to maintain and coat the interior and the exterior on an asset management program to keep it looking good. The other option would be to actually keep it and rehabilitate it and keep it active as a 500,000 gallon reservoir. We could pursue, community involvement and getting input from the community for the next step of this, but the technical memorandum is kind of complete on what the best cost, most effective cost, least cost option is, which would be at the current site and demolishing the reservoir.
Mayor?
Yep.
Jeff, I don't, because I don't really understand how this all works. So it currently holds 500,000 gallons of water stored in it. So if we were to demolish it, what happens to the 500,000 gallons, and then how do we be prepared as a city in the event of emergency while it's being built?
So during construction, if we were to demolish it, we have capacity in our well 16 to take up the needed volume from that well. So we could, during construction, kind of weather that period and build the new tank. If we were to build it, keep the existing tank, the existing 500,000 gallons, we would build another 1 million gallon tank in another location. So those are the two options.
So would we transfer that water somehow, the 500,000 over to well 16? Is that, or it's just, we have a swimming pool?
No, the capacity.
Yeah. Existing, we have excess pumping capacity at well 16. It has an emergency fire pump. The purpose of storage rate is for fire protection primarily. So we have that capacity at well 16 as an emergency fire pump can kick on.
So what I'm not understanding is what happens to the water that's supposedly stored?
It'll drain into the system.
Okay, so it's not going to get wasted? Okay. So if I might continue, Mayor, I've had the same feedback from people concerned in the community, sentimental purposes. They're seeing, their Kenwood School, et cetera, being torn down, and now the icon of Nampa. And I understand the expense involved in it to maintain it or just to preserve it. I've had people suggest, well, let's do the rendering of the tanks that they have here and then set the globe thing on the top of it. And there's been a lot of feedback that people are concerned about that. So I don't know if we just make that call because they elected us to make that call, or do we invite the public to become educated on the decisions ahead of us and then let them speak?
My recommendation is that we give the opportunity for the citizens to weigh in on it with the understanding of the cost. Because, I mean, needless to say, we did that on a bridge design previously, and it was a $30,000 investment, and the citizens came back. We did it through Facebook and Nextdoor, and they said, don't spend $30,000 making it pretty. That was their decision. And in this case, I think if we just demo it, there will be some feedback, I think, that would happen that may not be positive. If we give the citizens an opportunity, understanding what the cost is, and let them see some of what we're doing, then I think that would be nice for the community to have the opportunity to give feedback. Question I have is, that's going to take us at least to another council meeting, because we can just put a survey out there pretty easily. Are you can we wait another month? Is there a material problem if we wait a month?
No, we could do that.
Okay.
So, Madam Mayor, I'll amend my motion to table this for, if you want a specific date, as long as we're not spending money as far as to get this feedback. If we're emailing or putting something in an already billing or whatever, I'm not in favor of mailing something for feedback.
I would recommend Facebook, Nextdoor. It works really well. We'll just do a survey, and maybe we can get the Press Tribune to help us out, maybe? Yeah.
Question, Mayor?
Yes.
So Jeff, are these numbers pretty accurate that you have demo and new 1.5 million gallons? Are these numbers right on, or are they going to increase the more we wait?
These are current capital improvement dollars that we're using for this report.
Okay.
Yeah. So the numbers you see on the screen right now are the total capital costs. We looked at 4 different locations. Those are the total costs for the improvement, including the tank and the purchasing the property and the infrastructure that goes with it.
Is it currently funded? Do we have this funding set aside?
Mayor, yes. So we have funding set aside over the next several years. We plan on designing it in FY19 and then by the earliest, FY20, starting the construction for the water tank.
Oh, cool. I thought you needed it by tomorrow.
So I would recommend, we'll have Amy work with these graphics. She'll work with you guys, and we'll create something, and we'll put it out on social media. So did we rescind the motion in the second? We did, fully?
rescinded, I don't know if it got seconded, but.
I'll second that motion. How's that?
Okay, so you have moved that we table it for
Table.
approximately a month until we get better, get the feedback. Okay, it's
Right.
been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion?
Just, let's put it off to at least August. We have a busy July.
Yes. Okay? Perfect. Okay.
Thank you.
And roll call. We do have a motion on the table that we need to vote, so.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Skog,
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is an action item, and this is an appointment of one member of the city council to serve on the MAP Fund Committee, and this is at the request of Chief Roberts, and this is the Major Acquisitions Plan Fund Board of Trustees. And it consists of, I don't know if you saw in your packet, but this is a two-member board, one from city council, one from the Fire Protection District. The purpose of the board is to set budgets for CIP jointly funded by the district and the city. Included in your packet was the Section 5, which explained it. In visiting with Chief Roberts, he said that he had not specifically visited with a council member, so at this time it would be if someone had an interest in volunteering. And then I do see Chief Davies here, if you would like to comment on, is there anything I'm missing that you would like to comment on?
No, you covered it well. I mean, this year, there's $300,000 from both the city and the district in that fund, and they need to be able to authorize expenditures from that fund as we have needs coming up. First one would be our engine. It's on order right now.
Okay.
Mayor, I would move that we recommend Councilman Hogaboam
Because he's not here.
to serve. And I was going to jokingly say because he's not here and he can't decline the nomination, but he is currently working as the council member in the negotiations, and so I just kind of see it as a good fit.
And actually, he is doing negotiations with police rather than
Police,
fire. And Bruce is working with fire.
I'm still not going to, I still recommend.
You still
Rick.
recommend Rick, okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that Rick Hogaboam, in his absence, actually serves. I will say this, they don't meet but like once a year.
Is that,
Okay.
is that really?
So is there further discussion? Further discussion?
Mayor Kling, I wonder about the wisdom of nominating someone that can't speak for themselves as far as an emotion like that, because it is a time commitment. He might not,
Yeah,
He is doing 3 jobs.
yeah.
and he's got 4 or 5
It is
kids.
only once a year, they said. It's not a major time commitment. So, actually, we could, if we do vote tonight, if he says he can't do it, unless, is somebody saying they really want to do it? I know he'll do a good job, so
He likes numbers.
He loves.
he'd do a good job. He'd do a really good job. So I would recommend that we do roll call vote and appoint him, but if he has the opportunity to come back and say he cannot,
And I'll send him the text and let him know what I did.
that you did that. Okay.
I'll own it.
Okay, roll call.
Skog,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
It's great when it's unanimous. Okay, so the last thing under mayor's comments and council comments, for my comments, I just wanted to comment 2 things. One was, in visiting with Valley Regional Transit today, they have asked if we would put the budget discussion on the July 2nd agenda because they need an answer on what we would be funding. So I will be asking them to get us some information, and we will, they'll have a presentation to us for the increase, which is a $70,000 increase. Just so you know, what I did ask was, I said, I want to see your ridership stats. They've been tracking better since last October. I would like to see a plan for any recommended changes to the route based on ridership. And there are a few routes that maybe need to end, which would bring that pricing down. And so I asked them to please get me the information that we need to have in order to make a good decision. And so I'll have that information before that meeting to look at, but they're asking, and we need it for budget purposes for ourselves also. So,
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I may, this will be my 5th year with them. They've never presented accurate data.
yeah.
So I'll be surprised if they bring accurate data.
I had a discussion today about that, and so we'll see. So the other thing that I had just put on the agenda was the EPA ruling, and I'll just read what Mark Hilty had written, just if you don't mind. Basically, the 2017 executive order clearly indicated that the Trump administration was taking a new direction in the definition of WOTUS under the Clean Water Act, which would restrict EPA's jurisdiction. The president ordered the formulation of new rules regarding WOTUS. Nate and Mark Hilty read the press release to be an announcement that the new rules have been drafted and forwarded to the OMB for interagency comment. However, we cannot find that the new rules are available to the public at this time. As the release indicates, the agencies will issue the proposal for public comment after the interagency review process is complete. Consequently, and unfortunately, we do not know whether the new rules will have any bearing on the issues concerning Indian Creek, when or if the new rules will be adopted, and when they will be available for our review. So that said, Bruce has asked that we put on the agenda for July 2nd, and both of these, Valley Regional Transit and the, you had asked that the Ron Harriman report be on the agenda for July 2nd. And so I don't know what information we'll have, but do you still want to put that on the agenda on the 2nd?
Very much so.
Okay.
If other council members in agreement.
I am.
I also made recommendation to the director of the Riverside Irrigation, if I saw that he was invited, is that correct? Councilman?
I haven't heard back.
Skog, okay.
So I have a question. If we're going to have public testimony, we need to have full public testimony. Because we would just be having limited testimony. So do we need to have a public hearing related to this?
That wasn't my purpose. It's informational for the council. And we
But it's very targeted information that's limited to a certain opinion. And I guess my concern is having having a broader representation in that presentation, because there may be more than one opinion out there. So should it be a public hearing?
No.
No? Okay, so we would just need to see if there's any other opinion that needs to be represented when we have, if we're going to have someone from Riverside, is it? Irrigation?
And Madam Mayor, to me, that whatever representation, even though I'm not talking to this person directly, that would be factual. I mean, that director should know where the water is going.
Right, if it's directly to that, yes.
And
Yeah.
others on the council have spoken to him directly.
Okay, perfect. And then, Mark, I think in July, will he be able to join us at that time?
Mark Hilty is planning on attending the July 2nd meeting.
He is, okay.
For all of your pleasure, yes.
Which
He's
would be
back in action, yeah.
good. That would be very helpful, because he has been in a number of meetings and he's been studying the issue, so we'll talk to him so he's prepared to be present.
The other idea or comment I would make is that if you list it as a special presentation or some sort of comment at the beginning of the agenda, the public that attends will have notice of that, and they can make comment on agenda or non-agenda items, so that can cover your public testimony if you have any opposition that wants to speak.
Okay, that sounds good.
Mayor,
Yes.
if we have additional people that we would like to come that we've been in conversation with, could we just submit their names to you, or what could we do?
Well, I guess that goes back to if it's not a public forum. If it's a public forum, then we would have the opportunity to hear from various entities, and we would just notice it as such. Otherwise, then we need to put most of the testimony in that 3 minutes at the early on. So I'm not sure how to handle that. I don't know that there's any reason why, I don't know.
This is an attorney that specifically worked on the Indian Creek issue.
Okay. Would we be open to having that individual speak?
Who is it?
Roger Bat.
Sure.
Does that need to be noted as a public forum if we have multiple people speaking?
Mayor and Council, I've seen it noted on multiple city agendas as a special presentation, And they
Okay.
can kind of indicate what speakers are going to speak to an issue. So if it's a special presentation indicated for a certain issue, then you can either indicate speakers or ask if anybody has opinions on that agenda item.
Okay, that sounds good.
Madam Mayor, in the past, we've brought professors from NNU about a subject and educate us a little bit.
Perfect. So we'll just make sure that we so note it appropriately and we'll be good. Okay, that sounds good. Okay, was there additional comments that, I'm not even saying my sentence correctly at this point, but council members, does anyone have an additional comment under council comments? Okay, at this time, we are going to adjourn into executive session, and it is, I'm going to read all three. The first one is adjourning into executive session, and I will look for a motion on this, but into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 74206-1J to consider labor contract matters authorized under Section 67234A, 74206A1A and B of Idaho Code. The second item will be adjourning into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061C, which is related to acquiring an interest in real property which is not owned by a public agency. And the last item is to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061E to consider preliminary negotiations involving matters of trade or commerce in which the governing body is in competition with governing bodies in other states or nations. I would like to, the order in which we're going in, item number 26 will be first, and then we will move to item number 28, and then we'll do 27. And so we'll let, Beth will let you know when we're done with the first one. And so I would stand for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Need a roll call?
Is that a roll call? I'm sorry, I don't see a roll call here.
Skog?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.